Incoming transmission.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to the Outpost Nerd. I am the nerd of the Outpost, and I hope everyone's having a great weekend. Tonight, with me is a very special guest, the guru of almost any topic you can think of, Winning Reality. What's going on, Winning?
How's it going, man? Greetings, winners. How you doing out there? Thank you for that introduction. Doing well, living
That's
well.
good. This is my first stream in probably about a month, just due to tech issues, and had the flu for about a week and a half, and oh God, it sucked.
Oh man, yeah, didn't sound pleasant.
No, it
I'm looking
was.
forward to talking about some topics tonight, talking about some Star Wars and some Marvel, and
Yes, I know. I haven't been able to stream about it, so yeah, it's Disney cannot do anything right, it seems.
I tend to disagree. So we're gonna have a nice
Well,
conversation tonight. I'm definitely not here to complain about either of these shows.
Mento,
So
what's up?
I'm definitely interested to hear the complaints though, but yeah, I'm not here to complain about these shows. I'm
She-
honestly not.
Shelly, good evening. Talking trash and truth. Hey, glad you're here. Well, tonight we're going to be talking mainly about Loki, the two big ones that are out, and two big ones that people are talking about: Loki and Ahsoka.
Mhm.
I was personally kind of let down with Ahsoka. Um, I was a big fan of Rebels. I really loved it, loved the characters, and just it it's hard when you translate animated characters to live action. You just sometimes you lose something. You lose some of the charm, or maybe some of the I don't know the word. I don't know of a word I can describe it, but they just don't translate very well. Um, but Loki, so far, I like Loki. I like season one so far. From what I've seen, I like season one better. But hopefully, season two will pick up a little bit. I think with last week's episode, it's picking up a little bit, but it's just slow. We're on episode 3 already of of, of Loki, so it's a little slower than I would like.
Mm.
But what do you think, Winning?
Well, I also am a big fan of the Ahsoka series, and I mean of the Rebels, and when Ahsoka made her debut on the Mandalorian, I thought it was amazing.
Yes,
Uh,
that episode was really good.
yeah,
Um, love the sword fighting and kind of the
serious. I'm not let down by it at all. Now, this is the thing I don't get, and I maybe we can get to the bottom of this, but I don't understand the expectations people put on sci-fi and where they come from, right? I believe in suspending disbelief and just really enjoying the story for what it is. So
yeah
I've had a great time, and my son, who is really one of the biggest target markets for this franchise in terms of what the audience they want to capture. It's not so much for the old schoolers as it is for the new ones.
yeah
He's absolutely renewed his love for Star Wars through these new Dave Filoni series. I think he's doing a great job. And I think that maybe I don't understand the criticisms of people. I think it's really just comes down to their personal desires, maybe. But as far as it goes, it wasn't too woke or it wasn't too weird. I think the characters translated well to live actions. For me, it's exciting to see characters come into live action from animated. Like getting that one little glimpse of Rex, that was like amazing. Um,
yes that I will say, that whole sequence where she's in that world, she's with Anakin, she's dealing with her past issues through this flashback. I have to say, the young actors who they got to play young Ahsoka, Clone Wars era Ahsoka, I thought that was amazing. And to see Hayden Christensen as Anakin in the Clone Wars costume,
Uh-huh.
I thought it was one of the best sequences I think of Star Wars in a long time. My absolute favorite shot is when uh, Ahsoka's blown out of the flashback and she's on the ground, and Anakin's coming out of the mist and the lightsaber, and you have that flashes of red lightning,
Uh-huh.
and his shadow goes from Anakin to Vader. It was one. It gave that part I really enjoyed. It gave me goosebumps.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And you know, I like I thought I was a little skeptical at first when I saw some of the fan made images of Ahsoka, like people like, you know, in terms of Rosario Dawson becoming Ahsoka in live action, like the way that they were making her look in the fan art. But then I realized it was just fan art. So I was a little bit concerned about like changing the character up. Like they didn't have her skin orange like it should be. They had it like really dark. And I didn't like that kind of, I don't like race swapping or changing characters because it ruins the whole fantasy of it. And I don't think that it's necessary. And it's kind of like almost intentional. But you know, intentionally trying to, you know, manipulate, I think, in a little bit is way I feel when I see stuff like that. But when she actually showed up and looked the way she did and she performed the way she did, I was like, that's Ahsoka. I was like, that was actually won me over in a second. I was so happy about that. Like I said, I watch all these shows with my son. And so we're both very excited for the series. The Ahsoka series, The Mandalorian, have renewed his love for Star Wars, which I didn't want him to lose after the sequels, right? He was a little disappointed in the way they played Luke out. He was disappointed in some of the stuff. And it was a shame, right? Like that story could have been done better. And that was kind of a letdown. And I think that's when others had control of the franchise. But Dave Filoni, what he's doing, I think that he is killing it. And I think that he actually is putting things taking them in a new direction. Like with this new galaxy, there can be a whole new line of Star Wars stories in the new galaxy that spawn off all kinds of new and interesting things we've never seen before, which may actually help people in a sense of getting them detached from what they believe is the original way things should be, right?
I hope Dave Filoni is aware enough that he has a perfect opportunity to bring in one of the biggest baddies from the comics and the books, the Yuzong Vong. I think that's how you pronounce it. This extra galactic race in Star Wars that are basically, they're from another galaxy in Star Wars, so they're immune to the Force.
Mm-hmm. And so that would introduce like all kinds of new things, right? Yeah.
Yes, it'd be so. I would love to see those characters. I mean, one thing that I did like about us, another thing I liked about us. So, you know, I'm never one to like. I won't like everything about something. I'll like, you know, unless I'm making it. You know, there's no way someone can make something for me that I'll love 100%. But one thing I did like that they brought back from the Clone Wars was David Tennant as Huang, the lightsaber building droid.
Yeah, that's really cool. I like that. I like the way they connect the old character with the new. Yeah.
Because David Tennant, he's my doctor. That was my era of Doctor Who was his, and it was just amazing. And talking about, you know, kids, their love of Star Wars being sparked by Mandalorian and Ahsoka and all these shows. My niece and I were actually going through the Walmart catalog last week, and she said something that made me so proud. She pointed at a dark saber, and she's like, "I want that.
Mm-hmm.
I want that for Christmas." Then she pointed at a Mandalorian helmet. She's like, "I want that for Christmas."
Nice. Hey, man, by the way, let me say hi to the crowd real quick. Hey, Memento Mori, what's up? Cool Gamer, what's going on, man? How you doing? And Talking Trash and Truth, how you doing? How you doing? And Suzanne, she's still here. How's it going? Thank you guys for being here for our discussion tonight. We're going to talk about all kinds of cool things, so I hope you'll stick around and enjoy. A little bit different from what I usually do, but I've really liked talking about this stuff too. So I'm glad that you allowed me to come on your show tonight so we can have these discussions.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. I love talking like nerdy with people. But
Yeah.
Shelly's like, oh, he's David Tennant. He's so dreamy. I cannot wait till I think it's next month. They're having the Doctor Who 60th anniversary, and they're bringing back David Tennant.
I never watched Doctor Who, so I'm totally lost on that topic.
you need to watch it. It's so good. Except for like the last two Doctors, don't watch them. But that's not what we're talking about. But
yeah,
it's
back to Ahsoka. So let me ask you a question.
sure.
What is it that you were disappointed about?
This might be like the trained actor in me, but I'm watching Rosario Dawson's performance as Ahsoka. I'm like, it's kind of flat. She was always standing there, with her arms crossed and like, just very almost monotone in a way, and a lot of her delivery.
That's me. That's Ahsoka to me, though. I mean, I really feel like they, especially at this point in her life, like she's not a kid anymore. She's actually more into like middle age, right? She's middle age at this point. She's been through a hell of a lot. She's had a lot to think. You think about what a middle-aged person who's been through what she's been through. Raised in war, right? Had her master. There's some betrayal there. There was some unanswered questions, some trauma. Still fighting. She's been fighting her entire life. She seems very reserved and accepted in her space, but yet still conflicted and learning at the same time, which is perfect middle-age kind of attitude, right?
Yeah, in the series, she's 47.
Yeah, 47.
So, yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, it's just taking some getting used to.
I had that perspective though, so maybe it's just having that perspective that makes it seem. But I like her stoic kind of approach. She does get passionate. She does still show a bit of feeling, and you can see her tempered aggression and the fight scenes where she can let some of that rage out, and her expressions and her style, right? So I like that, and plus she's also responsible for others now. More so than ever with having Sabine as her Padawan. She has that sense of responsibility, that motherly sense too. There's a little bit of motherly sense going on there, and so I'm more accepting of her approach to the character because I'm kind of looking at it through that filter, right? I'm looking at it through that. I'm giving, like I said, I really give a lot of ground. It's hard for them to really screw things up. They have to try hard to screw things up with me. And that helps me enjoy it better. It helps me because I really want it to be successful. Like I'm not looking for reasons for it to suck. I'm looking for reasons that it's great, and I'm accepting of a little bit of faults here and some faults here and there, right? We could talk about some of my minor criticisms of it, but I really want to kind of understand where I see so many creators out there, and I'm not throwing you in that category, but I see a lot of like criticism, flop. People hate it, and I don't think people hate it. I think that they're looking at the wrong demographic. Because the side of my kid is about it.
There's a lot of people, in the YouTube communities. I don't want to name names, don't want to call anyone out, but they hate things to hate it. They would. There's no way. For some people, there's no way that they can love anything, because I feel that for a lot of people on YouTube, there's money in hating something, in criticizing it. So that's where I think a lot of these reviewers come from. They come from that, like, Disney sucks. There's nothing they can do, no right. One thing I noticed, yes, Shelly, they need to be contrary for money's sake. One thing I noticed, and I didn't like it, but not out of hate, but out of like annoyance, because where a lot of what I'm about to say is heading. The response from like Mon Mothma and all these other senators when Hera came to them about the Thrawn threat, that they just blew it off. We see that as kind of the bedrock of the way the Republic is in the sequels movies. very aloof. They're very uncaring, I guess you could say, which leads to basically disaster. And it's the reason that in the sequel series, the reason that Leia does what she does in creating the Resistance. Was there any politics? See, it's the politics. I don't like it when they stick real world politics in the sci-fi. I don't feel they did that in Ahsoka. I feel like the politics that like Hera was dealing with was very in world, in universe. You know, oh, you mean the reviewers? Yeah, I agree with that. One thing okay, and another thing is in Rebels, we have an entire season which focuses on Sabine learning kind of the ways of the Jedi, and she doesn't take to it. Which she has the dark saber. She's not very. She doesn't seem to me like she could be a good Jedi. But then
That's
all
a
of
good
us,
thing, though. I like that because there's a new story, right? There's something that we haven't seen before, and then you have Grogu and the Mandalorian, who also chose not to go that route. And this is kind of where the state of the world is with Jedi's too. Coming out of the prequels, right? And how people were criticizing the Jedi's became generals. They shouldn't have been involved. They're supposed to be peacekeepers. This whole concept of even the Jedi Order itself losing faith in itself, right? They kind of echoes that, and then to have Ahsoka, who turned away from the Jedi Order to be her master, but yet still holds to the light side, I think is a really good story. That not everybody takes to it. That not everybody's Luke Skywalker, right? And that just got picked up and learned it and came in, and not everybody's Rey. Not everybody's these characters who just automatically jump into it head first and have no issues with it. I mean, Anakin kind of introduces the idea of conflict, but then you kind of see it at a different level. You have Qui-Gon Jinn, who kind of like was on the fence, right? You have Count Dooku, who walked away from it for the same reasons, and you see the conflict of that. It tells a bigger story about the battle between the light and the dark, the good and evil, in a sense that it's not an easy thing. It's like there is always conflict, and there's things that everybody personally has to get over to choose which side they're going to be on. And some people give into the darkness. They give into to evil, to power, to dominating others, trying to dominate others, and to disregarding life. And others choose to gravitate towards that, even though they have dark side leanings. Sometimes, they're kind of in the middle. Ezra was kind of like that for a season, and and so I think it's starting to kind of like introduce this gray area, which is really cool, a great story, right? And that, and maybe even a new brand of Jedi, like this Mandalorian kind of, with Grogu and Sabine, this Mandalorian hybrid, Mandalorian Jedi, where Mandalorians were actually the ones that were well trained at dealing with Jedis. So you have this hybrid now, which is really cool. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I love the way you could take things and make new stories out of them. I kind of do that in my own channel sometimes. I take a story that existed, I put new characters in, I change the scenes around, and you got a whole new thing like Tokyo Grift, and you got or like some of my other parodies that I've made where I've taken like Scrooge, right? I did that one too, where I take characters and I put them in different places and I make the story new again.
Or putting someone's face on Chris Farley doing the Chip and Dale dance.
Yeah, like that. That's class A, 100% great content, and you should go check it out. It's on my channel.
Yes, go check it out. One thing I liked that Ahsoka cleared up was when people realized, oh, Sabine, how could she train Sabine when she refused to train Grogu? Well, people didn't realize that switch. She failed at training Sabine at first, which made her not want to feel like she could train Grogu.
Mm-hmm.
People didn't and that's what I think that was an unfair criticism that I think I'm glad the show kind of cleared up.
Yeah, and see, sometimes you got to be patient too, and I feel like there's a lot of like lack of patience when it comes to Star Wars by hardcore fans, or the ones that call themselves hardcore fans. I guess the
Mhm.
ones that have been there for the duration. I'm an original Star Wars fan, and I saw it in the theaters many times. That was the first movie I went back to see over and over again. And parents was like, "Sure, here you go, to go to the theater again, and just here's what, I think $3 to $5 to go see it or whatever." And just drop them off for a couple hours. They're good,
I
and you sit
think
there and be like, yeah, here we
one
go
of the
again.
I think I saw I think it was A New Hope remastered when they brought it in theaters in the late 90s. My dad took me to see it. But I vividly remember him taking me to see Attack of the Clones. And because I remember the scene where Obi-Wan is chasing Django through the asteroid field above Geonosis. I remember looking at my dad, and he's just until that sonic charges. You hear this dead silent,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
resonating boom, and he just jerks up, and oh my god, I started laughing so hard. But
yeah. Unfortunately, the first time I got to take my son to the theater to see Star Wars. It was a big event. My dad was there, and we all went together. It was Christmas time. It became a Christmas thing. Like we would go see Star Wars for Christmas, and and it was like the first scene. There's blood on a stormtrooper for the first time ever. And you're like, what the heck? And here's my little one just watching this. He's all excited to see Star Wars. He's in a theater. We didn't really go see many
mhm,
movies in theaters, right? And I was really careful about walking him into media of all types, entertainment, anything, right? So this is a big deal that we were there. And then that movie turned out to be,
yeah,
it was kind of weird, right? It was different, but I still was like, okay, I'm gonna give it a chance. But it was still a little bit not like what I was used to, and I certainly wasn't comfortable with the blood on the stormtrooper. I was like, they all this time and there's been no blood, but suddenly there's blood. It's just like I didn't like that change, and I certainly didn't like the shock value to my young son who had just been seeing that for the first time. I was like, just okay, yeah, that's a real thing, right? Maybe there should have been blood the whole time, but there hadn't been. So why
mhm,
do it now? That's my criticism of that movie, that it wasn't a great first experience for him, even though we had watched the other movies before we got there, right? He loves the prequels. He loves the prequels.
yeah.
Loves Anakin. Loves Yoda. Loves all that stuff. He loves the prequels, and then what do you call the one in the middle? The ones
The
that we grew up
original.
with. The
I
originals.
just
Okay.
call it the original. It's the original.
Yeah, he loves the originals. He loves the prequels. He loves the prequels the most, I think. He loves the Clone Wars.
Mhm.
He loves Rebels. We watched Clone Wars and Rebels again before Ahsoka series
Oh
started.
yeah,
And
yeah.
so
I mean,
that's our saving grace right now, is that this new Dave Filoni universe. And he was a prodigy of George Lucas.
yeah. He worked with George on the original Clone Wars when it was on Cartoon Network. And then when George took over or left, he took more to the television side of it over, but and Kathleen Kennedy and kind of handled the movies and all that side. But
Yeah.
let me ask you this: what did you think of the Thrawn casting? Lars Milkinson, I guess how you say his name, as Thrawn. He did the voice of Thrawn in
Hmm.
the show.
Yeah.
Um, I
Yeah.
personally, I'm thinking I love his voice. I'll say that just his look. When Thrawn comes out and he's got kind of a belly, and it's like, really?
Well, people get older and they get bellies.
Well,
I'm
that's
okay
the
with
thing,
it.
though.
It looks more distinguished and more experienced with that, I think.
In Rebels, he was always like you always saw him working out. I mean, there's really great sequence in Rebels. I think it was when Hera was trying to steal back her family heirloom that he had taken, and you see him. He's just going at it, and he's just working out like he's working his ass off. Then it's just kind of a lead. I don't,
Well,
I don't
here's
know.
a problem, right? It's like, I think people expect this kind of consistency, right? But they
Mhm.
don't ever consider the fact that it's been 10 years, right? He's been on this faraway planet. He was defeated Thrawn might have gone through some stuff on his side. He might have had a little bit of depression. He might have, started going for the donuts instead of the gym, and been like,
See,
I'm not feeling too good about myself. I'm sure Thrawn has feelings too.
I would have loved to see more about that, to learn more about what he and Ezra went through during their exile.
Yeah, well, I think that could come. That could be another whole series, another whole story. I mean, we could have flashbacks in season 2 when Ezra's telling stories about that. Now, we again, patience. Everybody wants instant gratification. Things pay off eventually. Like to come back around. You leave the door open for something. Now you got this curiosity about, well, why does he look like that? Why isn't he like all buff and like in prime condition like he was in the middle of the the war where he was in the war? Maybe he feels like that's where he needs to be, but he's been on vacation, if you will, for a while, or in exile, just chilling. Probably eating some fatty foods. Who knows, man? They probably didn't have the best food there. I don't know how they eat on that planet, or I guess they have replicators, but maybe he just went for the cheesecake instead of the salad. And just put age has something to do with it. I mean, I like Thrawn the way he's coming across. He seems much more reserved and more wise at this point. He's been burned by himself, and I'm sure he takes those mistakes that he makes very personally, especially being kind of like on that perfectionist level of genius.
He's Danish, Jacob. Yeah, so Danish. That's one. Oh my God, that's one of the Scandinavian countries, right?
Yeah, I think so. Just barely.
I mean, that voice though, his voice was just amazing. That kind of raspy, like that. When someone gets so angry that they like screaming doesn't do it. It's just okay. I'll handle this. Yeah. Okay. You saw that, and you could see like the calculations is always running through his head. That's one thing I loved about Thrawn. In a very xenophobic, racist empire, he's able to become like the third most powerful person in the entire society through just the use of his brain, the use of just like planning out things. There's a whole comic that I absolutely love that told his story of how like he was basically found on a planet and went through the academy, faced the racism, and became like the third most powerful person after Vader and the Emperor. So I'm glad that they were able to finally bring him, his character to 20 plus years. It seems of character development and history, and we're finally getting what a lot of people wanted with the sequel movies. We're getting them kind of dipping their finger into the expanded universe, and I hope that they keep it going. One thing, there was another series called Tales of the Jedi, which actually there's an episode that follows Dooku and his dissatisfaction with the Empire and him. It follows on the day he actually left the Order, which he left the Order because he blamed the Order for Qui-Gon's death. He thought like if they had taken his warning seriously, that he wouldn't have died. I think as I'm getting older, I'm seeing more of seeing more of Dooku's views. Like there's they describe him as like not a terrorist but a political idealist.
Mm-hmm.
In Attack of the Clones, and I'm seeing more of his point of view because we're seeing more of the corruption that the Empire or the Republic had at the end, and we're seeing we're seeing the New Republic fall into that same pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, was Dooku and the Separatists right?
Well, in a way, right? Because everything is in flux, and this is balancing act that's always been trying. I think the Force speaks to it in Star Wars, but this balancing act in the universe itself, in real life, is always in play, right?
Yeah.
And that one rises, one falls, the other, and then there's this flux, this in between period, and then the other rises and the other falls. Like right now in the world itself, we're in this kind of this dark place. and we're fighting, but we're also in this gray area where the rebellion is forming, and we're trying to move the tipping point back to the other side. So the life in the world is like a giant set of scales, right? And we're constantly trying to, the universe wants balance, but it's constantly having to fight to get that needle right in the middle, and it never can quite get there. And Star Wars kind of tells that story in a very creative way,
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. There's going to be flux in it. I think people get idealistic about it. There's maybe that's something that maybe Star Trek did a too good a job of this creating this order and balance and things. Yet there's always conflict. But the Star Wars, it tells the story a little bit better about the true nature of reality, in the sense that there's always this ebb and flow going on. Nothing is ever static, and nothing is ever predictable and flat, and that's not the way the world's designed. I can't be that way. It's like, as much as we want it to be that way, it can't. The best we can do is try to keep the scales tipped to the light as best we can for as long as we can.
You had just pointed out the how and why the Jedi failed, because they were static. They were the same. They were rigid for like what, 2, 3, or thousands and thousands of years. They never changed. They never changed with the times. You just pointed that out in just
people
really
get to that point
way.
too. Just like the dark side, they'll get comfortable in their reign, and they'll become almost arrogant in a sense. They'll get decadent in a sense, right? And they'll take their eye off the ball. They'll start to degenerate, and as degeneration starts, that opens the door for the other side to rise up, and the tipping point starts to move. And that's what we try to do here in the real world. Is we're trying to move the tipping point back to the point where more people are living honest integrity, and through honesty and integrity and kindness and empathy and humanity, when the scales are tipped heavily in the other direction at present. So it really, and that's what's so great about entertainment, and why I just really try to suspend disbelief and to enjoy the subjects, because they're just stories. They're stories, and it you shouldn't want things to say too much the same or too much. It's nice to feel like it's comfortable and you can go to that world and everything's predictable and nice, but that's not reality. That's not life. And the truth of the matter is, if everything was always great all the time, we wouldn't know the difference between that and what's bad. You need duality in this world in order to understand it. And stories like Star Wars, they're kind of telling that story in a creative sci-fi fantasy kind of way. So I'm okay with the slips and the letdowns for some people, because hey, look, I don't know. That's why I try to understand. It's like, what are you trying to expect out of these? What do you want out of this? Everybody's like, well, that's not it, and shouldn't have been done that way, and I don't like this, and you're always looking at the negatives at it. What about the things that are good about it? And like, what about the fact that it is changing, and it's opening up new doors and new stories that we never thought could be there. We had a very static view of Star Wars for a long time. It was called the first 3 movies. It was very static. It was a beginning and an ending, and then we probably didn't even realize there were so many more stories if you weren't deep into the topics and got into the I guess what is now called legends, right? And you started going and seeking out that material because it wasn't readily available, right? It wasn't mainstream. So a very small handful of people got into that stuff, and for the rest of us, it was just like 1, 2, and 3. That was it. So now we got so much more. I'm just, I'm happy. I'm really happy about the Filoni universe, or his take on it, or his leadership in it, because he's making it cool again. Where I see people get out there and shit on it and not try to find negative stuff in it. And I'm like, dude, come on, man. Would you rather be stuck with Rey and Kylo? And it's just like, and that kind of shit. Not that was a terrible story. It's just the takes on it. I could see why people don't like those as much. But what Filoni's doing is he's bringing the imagination back to it. He's expanding other stories, opening new doors, and he's bringing in surprises, man. You get payoffs with him. You get payoffs at the Mortis gods appearing. Remember, we were kind of like talking about that, comment wise or chat wise, about what's going to be the big reveal, right? And everybody's guessing, and it was the Mortis god. So when you see a Balin standing on the hand of the father, that was a big payoff. When you see Ahsoka and live action with Anakin back in the Clone Wars, that's a big payoff. That's a huge payoff. And those are exciting and fun.
I gotta say, he was probably one of the best characters of the show.
Oh yeah, he was great.
I don't think he wasn't necessarily, he was more gray Jedi or gray. I don't want to say gray Jedi because that still connects them with one side more than the other. He was more down the middle, and I loved the scene where Shin asked him, "Do you miss the temple?" He said, "I miss the idea of it." I think he missed the family that he had. He missed the camaraderie, but I don't think he missed the overly religious, tribalistic part of it.
Right. He has a broader vision of it. He's had time to think about the good, and he misses it and wishes that they could have made certain corrections along the way to maintain it. Now he thinks he has the idea and the solutions, and he's out there ready to pursue it at his own peril to try to put in the solution he thought should have been there in the first place. So he's gone to the root cause issue. That's what I like about him. He's a root cause guy, and he's going to try to he's the character himself. He's going to try to execute the root cause solution as he sees it, and he'll find his own story in that too. It's a shame the actor has passed away, and I don't know how they're going to redo that. But yeah, he was a great character. I guess there's a Ronin Jedi now, so a lot of people are calling it the Ronin Jedi. So Ahsoka's kind of a Ronin, and I like that. I like that term. I like it.
That's a great way to describe him. That's a great way to describe and I mean, he was such Ray Stevenson. He was one of those actors, like, you saw him and stuff, but you could never, like, it never clicked. Like, oh, that's the guy. Like, he was he was one of the Punisher actors. He played Volstagg, the big bearded Asgardian fighter from the Thor movies. I think he was in 300. He was in Rome. He was in 300, which was one of my absolute favorite movies. No, he was not. What else was it? But he had such gravitas about him, and he played it, and he was able to, as a person, not just as a character. And then he was able to translate that into Balin, and his character made you think. But it was so, I mean, he passed away right before the show premiered, I think.
Yeah, it's a shame. I guess you're gonna have to do something with that. They'll find a creative way to deal with it. But what about Shin Hati, huh? She's playing a role there too. I mean, I'm just saying she's Shin Hati.
I like her. I haven't really given her much thought, to be honest. It was. I like that he had I guess, for lack of a better word, apprentice, but someone he could. I think Balin was preparing Shin for the time that after he would leave. Because he knew eventually at one point, and he eventually does it. It's time for me to leave. You need to move on. And I think that I love characters like that. That dynamic between two characters, that idea that, hey, I'm not going to always be here. What I'm teaching you is going to prepare you to survive when I'm gone, because I'm not going to be here to protect you. I've seen that in so many movies, like with Splinter in the 1990s, Ninja Turtles, with Balin and all sorts of other characters. But I think she was more jaded and more lenient to the dark side than he was. And I liked that character. It was his training and her nature kind of in conflict.
Yeah, and he accepted that about her. That was kind of the middle position, right? Didn't try to change it about her. and we don't know exactly what he's trained her up for either. So we're
Exactly.
gonna find that out. But she definitely is taking that position now. There's a lot of theories out there about her. I've heard a lot of theories. And I remember I introduced the idea, I think to you, that it could be she could be she's a cutie. uh that the big bad coming could be now I'm forgetting her name after saying that a million times.
Shinhati.
No. She could end up being a vessel, like a sacrifice, but the mother.
Yes, like she's the devil of the Star Wars universe.
What's her
Basically.
name? God damn it, I can't find her. I can't think of it right now. I've said it a million times. It was the father, the son, the daughter, and then the mother. And the mother turned into this serpent type, like tentacle lady. Come on, help me out. Help me out, talking trash and truths. I know you're there. Help me with this. What's her name? I actually turned
Abeloth?
that
Abeloth,
Abeloth. Yes.
Yes.
I actually turned T3 onto that whole lore. That she could be the big bad, and it looks. I think
Yes.
that's where it's going, because I think Ahsoka season 2 is gonna kind of span 2 stories from the different universes again. But now you're gonna have, like, I think Luke Skywalker coming back in, and you're gonna see Luke and Ezra kind of teaming up and meeting each other, which is gonna be a huge payoff. That's
Yes.
exciting even to think about it. And then you may even have Grogu and the Mandalorian making appearances as well. So you have all these possibilities that are super exciting. That's why I don't feel like it's a letdown. It's really just, it's a setup for even better season 2. Like, and my expectations are just, I'm just waiting for the rest of the story. I'm not gonna hold their feet to the fire that they do it the way that I want it or imagine it. I'm gonna be excited about the choices that they make, and I'm just gonna indulge myself in the story and try to really enjoy it.
Would you say this mindset of like that is from like we've had so many years now of the just dumping entire seasons at once that we all want that almost instant gratification when we're watching a show. We don't like, and that's what's different with Disney Plus shows. They don't, unlike Netflix or these other streaming services, they don't dump them all at once.
Right.
So I'm thinking this people are just so impatient to find out what's going on that they're not wanting to watch it week to week. Like when when Mandalorian season 3 was out, excuse me for a second. Every Wednesday night at 7:00, my niece, my dad, and I would sit in our den and we'd watch Mandalorian. My mom would end up walking out. She's like, I don't care. I don't like this stuff. But every night, every Wednesday, it was something the three of us could do. It was we were making memories. And I don't think people now, with them just dumping entire seasons, you don't get a chance to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where a lot of people, and I don't agree with this criticism. I think this what people don't like about these Star Wars shows, that they're coming out week to week, and then you have 2 or 3 years between seasons. But one thing I wanted your opinion on. I heard a streamer make a really great point in the interaction between Ahsoka and Anakin, and he connected it with the Return of the Jedi in a way that I really found fascinating. It's an amazing point of view that going back and rewatching it, I could see where he was coming from. One thing as Anakin never learned in his training was when to put the lightsaber down. When was that time that, and this is what, and during the Clone Wars, people called him the warrior and called Obi-Wan the diplomat. They became famous through the Clone Wars because Obi-Wan was that talk first, lightsaber later, and Anakin was the complete opposite. But then in Return of the Jedi, when you had the big sword fight, big duel between Luke and Vader, and Luke has Vader dead to rights. You know, he's on the ground. He just chopped off Vader's hand, and then the Emperor says that famous line, "Do it, do it," and he's like, he turns it off and says, "No, I'm a Jedi like my father before me."
Mm-hmm.
And in that moment, Anakin saw what good could be done when you turn off the lightsaber. And that was a lesson he was never able to teach Ahsoka. And we see that never ending in Ahsoka, we during that sequence when it's a never ending battle, you know, they're just running forward over and over again. And Ahsoka says, you know, this isn't what I was trained for. And Anakin's, well, you have to be what the times need you to be, because Anakin was not. You mentioned this before. The Jedi were not trained soldiers. They were not generals. They should not have been generals. They should not have been leading the Republic in that war. Through that sequence, Ahsoka learns from Anakin when to put the lightsaber down. And that was his final lesson, a lesson that it took him dying to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's just when this guy, I wish I could remember which streamer so I could give him credit. So that's like blew my mind. It was
Suzanne.
just like, hey, Suzanne.
Well, Memento Mori says like too, like no perfect heroes. So.
No, and perfect heroes are boring. That's that's why my favorite superhero is like Batman. He's not perfect. He's human. He's not some alien or some god or goddess. But it was that idea that, and for them to get Hayden Christensen back was, like I said, amazing. I love that through the Filoni verse, I guess you would call it. He's finally, because he caught so much flack for the prequel movies, but since coming back for the shows, he's seeing how much people loved him. Actually, like there was a Star Wars celebration. They bring him out, and people are just cheering him, and he gets choked up because I think that was the moment he realized, you know, there were more people that liked what I did and then hated. It's like with Jar Jar, the guy who played Jar Jar almost jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge because people were bullying him so much, the actor. And then he came back for in The Mandalorian. He was the guy who played the Jedi who saved Grogu from in the temple, was the guy who played Jar Jar. I can't remember his name.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one good thing about the Filoni versus these actors who maybe didn't get the best response from the public during this prequel or other projects. They're seeing that people actually loved what we did, and I was glad that they were able to see that we loved them more than we hated them. I mean, I didn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. People give everything such a hard time because it's not exactly what they want, and they get all pissy about it. When it's like really just a story. It's just like just to enjoy the ride, enjoy the fantasy, and indulge yourself. It's it's supposed to be an escape. And then what do people do? They bring things like that right back into it, and they harsh the people involved with it. They had just doing their jobs.
Yeah.
Jar Jar annoyed the hell out of me because he was just too goofy to be around. He was too much comical relief or whatever he's supposed to be. But he was there for the little ones, right? He was there for the little ones, and you need a little bit of that in it, I guess. You may have taken it too far.
Yeah.
With all the blue and all the antics of that whole species, but then they kind of had their day, and that was that. So
And then in episode 2, we kind of see he serves a purpose for the storyline as a whole. He's the one that basically opened the door for Palpatine to take over.
right, playing on his naivety, right,
Yeah.
and easily manipulated individual, because he's very innocent in a way, right? Jar Jar's very innocent because he's this, very naive, very primitive, and that does serve some kind of a purpose, right? That the worst will take advantage of the most naive and the
Yeah.
most vulnerable. Yeah. So there's some story to it if you get deep enough into it and can see past your own biases, right? Your own expectations. That there's more to the story than that.
So
Jacob Pete says sand. Sand, I hate sand.
So what
I'm on the
would you?
beach. I love sand.
If you had to grade Ahsoka, what would you give it?
I mean, for what it's worth, man, I think that it's a solid A, man. I mean, I really enjoyed every episode. I know that some of it got a little slow, but you got to build a story, right? And I'm old school, so I'm used to having to wait till the next week to see the rest of the story. That I was all, the cliffhangers, the Duke boys were always jumping over something at the end of an episode, and you come back and then they made the jump by a mile, or you thought they were never going to make it. So you had to wait a whole week to figure that out if they're going to make it or not. Oh my God, they might not make it this time,
Yeah, I'd give it maybe a low A, high B. There were some things where, like the slowness, like you said, some of the casting, I was a little iffy on, but overall,
Well, which casting did you not like? Which is overall a B plus A minus for you. So
I
what
did,
what
like I said, Rosario Dawson. Personally, I'm not a big fan of Rosario Dawson to begin with. Never really have been. So when she was cast with Ahsoka, I was like, oh, okay.
that she loves Ahsoka. Like Ahsoka is like her favorite character, and it's like a dream come true for her to play it.
Yeah.
So there's passion behind what she's doing. I think I respect that.
Like I said, Thrawn was just. I think they just built him up so much for me. And this is something I deal with other characters as well. Don't make me break out the steel guitar. Actually, I don't have one. But like when they build up these characters so much, it's hard for me to like curb my enthusiasm, and that's a personal thing on my part. Curb my expectations a little bit. One bit of casting I liked was the head Night Sister was actually played by an actress named Claudia Black. I don't know if you ever saw Farscape back in the day.
I don't think so. I don't have to talk about it.
She is a staple of sci-fi, like 90s and early 2000s sci-fi. She played in Farscape. She played in Stargate SG-1. She's done a lot of video games. Great actress. She played the head Night Sister. But so the pacing kind of like we talked about a little bit. Yes, she was also in Pitch Black. Thank you, Memento. I remember that now. It's been years. I need to add that to my list. The pacing was a little hard for my ADD ass to handle sometimes. One thing I wish they didn't leave out was Zeb from Rebels. I think
but he'll be back, right?
Hopefully, he's working with the New Republic. He's a pilot for the New Republic, which when they showed him in Mandalorian, I was thrilled because he was one of my favorite characters from Rebels.
Mm-hmm.
So for him to be left out a little bit, I loved Chopper, the little sociopathic war criminal that he is. I mean, just like I love that when she's trying to catch the hyperdrive core, he's like, just shoot it down. That's what he said. He actually said that. He's like, just shoot it down. And Hera's like, I can't shoot it down. It'll fall in the city. He's like, is that a problem? I saw I saw a video where it was called Chopper's Death Count. And he actually had a death count in the thousands due to him blowing up a Star Destroyer. And he's one of my favorite droids. And like the episodes of Rebels where he interacts with C-3PO and basically butts heads with R2-D2, some of the funniest moments. But so yeah, I can give it like I said, a low A minus B plus. Overall, I thought it was great. It was amazing seeing the Ghost up close to live action, because we've seen the Ghost in live action before, just never close up like this.
Yeah, that was great.
Because that is my absolute favorite ship in Star Wars. I love that it's a Corellian ship like the Millennium Falcon, but I love the little the Phantom on the back of it. I love it. It has been one of my favorite ships. I was glad that they incorporated Jason, Hera and Kanan's son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so overall, it wasn't the worst Disney show I've seen. But like I said, it's not my ADD just couldn't handle some of the pacing sometime, which knocked it down a few points. So, but overall, it wasn't as bad as the Jack Black Lizzo Mandalorian episode.
That one. Yeah, that neither one of those are my
But
both got issues, but but yeah, I like the possibilities. All it opened up all kinds of possibilities. You got the Night Sisters back in action. You got the story coming into what about Jason? Like, because Kanan was, I hated it when Kanan died. I wanted Kanan
I hated
last.
it too.
Yeah, we didn't like that around here. But with Jason, you have a whole new adventure going there, and we maybe can look forward to seeing the Force Ghost of Kanan, and Ezra picking up and repaying his master by training his son up, it seems to be exceptionally talented in the Force already.
Yes.
So that's exciting. So you're introducing another new Jedi. You got Luke Skywalker coming back and maybe getting some more live action, maybe a bigger part, because him and Thrawn really did go at it, and him and Abeloth did go at it too.
Yes,
and Legends. So you have that going on. That's exciting. And if they don't follow Legends, I think a lot of people want them to follow Legends to the letter, and I don't think that's necessary.
See, I don't mind if
because Legends are Legends. They're like lore stories, like you told around the campfire or whatnot.
To me, they don't need to change to follow Legends like to the letter. I would just love to see some aspects of Legends brought in more to canon. I would love to see like Mara Jade. I was always hoping that we'd see her. Luke Skywalker's wife.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about Shinhati. Like, some people are saying that she might pick up the Mara Jade arc and not necessarily be his wife, but be like the character itself, or she might pick up the she might be the vessel for Abeloth, and that could be what her real purpose is in the show. Yeah.
So I give it like A minus B plus. But,
I'm sticking with my A. I like it. I like where it's going. I'm excited. And the biggest part about all this is that my son enjoys it, and it's making Star Wars exciting for him again. And where I thought I'd lost, maybe we're going to lose him, and he wouldn't be able to have the joy of Star Wars that I've had for all these years. And so, the big payoff is that they really did. I think they're winning back the younger audience with this line. It started with Rebels and Clone Wars, but I think with the live action versions, it's building the excitement back into Star Wars. And hell, I'm looking forward to the potential Thrawn movies that are going to come out of this, right?
Yes.
And then that can take our mind off of the sequels and put us in a new direction with Star Wars.
See,
and the new universe, the new galaxy, they could have all kinds of new stories there that we've never even dreamed of before. New abilities, new characters.
I like the Star Wars that they didn't follow Jedi space wizards. They followed kind of regular people. Like I I never finished Andor because I just I don't know why. I don't have a reason. I just never finished it.
Well, for
Um,
what it's worth, I never watched it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's just some interest there. I wasn't just I don't know. Maybe it's good. There's something about it. I didn't want to watch it or get to watch it, and I don't feel like I missed anything by not watching it.
Yeah, because you know where the character's going, you know where he ends up from Rogue One, because Rogue One was my favorite Star Wars um, uh, Disney movie, I should say. I really enjoyed it. I loved seeing um, just kind of you're seeing the story we already know from the original series. How they got the Death Star plans. So I loved it. Not a fan of the Solo movie. I'm like,
I actually like the Solo movie. Okay, I didn't like the part. I didn't like where they made the main character a little girl. I thought that was kind of unrealistic. That was kind of weird. But I liked the movie itself. I thought it was cool. I was hoping they would follow it up with something so we could get a better explanation of the Darth Maul aspect of it.
yeah.
And
The
where that
one
went.
speaking of Solo, real quick before we move on to Loki, one thing I loved is how they incorporated Ken Park, who played uh, Darth Maul in the movie, and what was his name? He did the voice of um, what was his name? Oh God, I can picture him. He did the voice of Maul in the series. Oh God, let me look it up. Oh, I wish Tuesday would get here so I can get my new computer. I'm having to use the on-screen keyboard, so I'm clicking. What was his name? He's done movies. He played Star Killer in the games. Oh, this is gonna bother me until Sam Witwer. They were able. Ken Park played the live action while Sam Witwer did his voice, so they were able to incorporate both versions. And just the reveal of Darth Maul at the end was, I thought, like, this is gonna open up this. They're gonna do a sequel, and they haven't yet. I was like, oh, you're leaving me hanging. But and I liked seeing how, like, if you think about it, Lando kept the Falcon so clean and immaculate because he could afford to. It got junky because and I think that showed how bad Han Solo was as a smuggler.
Or reckless. I don't know.
Yeah, because they mentioned, like, oh, there's that Hut guy on the outer rim putting a crew together. So, but it just wasn't. It wasn't my favorite. Rogue One, I really enjoyed. Love seeing the Rogue One is where we first saw the Ghost in live action, because there's that shot where it has the X-wing going through hyperspace and ending at the coming out at the Imperial base. And if you look down, I think down to your right, you could see the Ghost in the fleet. And somehow it survived. We were told that every ship was destroyed, but somehow the Ghost survived. But overall, I think, like I said, it's usually hit or miss with me with the Star Wars Disney stuff. But Ahsoka wasn't the worst. Mandalorian is still the best to me. Season 2, The Mandalorian, was the best season of the new Star Wars. But so moving on, let's go from Star Wars to Marvel. You've been watching Loki season 2, right?
Yep.
What do you think about it so far? You there?
So yeah, sorry, I'm eating a salad.
Oh.
Dinner time.
Oh, that's all right.
I'm enjoying it. I'm digging it. It's a lot of fun.
I am too. It's more like a cop procedural drama almost. And I love it. I love that they brought Short Round from the guy who played Short Round and Data from Indiana Jones in the movie. He's the technical whiz of the TVA.
You know who that is, right? That's
Yeah.
Kwan.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's definitely stealing the show. And he's a martial arts like guru. Like he's a badass.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've loved him. Like The Goonies is one of my favorite movies of all time. I'll watch anything. And him as Short Round is so funny. The guy who plays let me what's the other Asian guy. I know that sounds bad. What's his name? He was in season 1.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. Is he Asian?
I think so.
He's stacked. Yeah, that dude. It's a short name, but Ouroboros is the one that he is playing.
Yes. Yeah, and he's so funny.
Dude, he's great, dude, and he reminds me of Max Mira. I can't see it. I can't watch the show without thinking it's Max Mira. Like, I want to reface the scene so bad. In fact, let me see. Now you can't unsee it. I know.
Now I will never be able to unsee it. Oh my god!
You can't unsee it. Nope, you can't. And actually, I talked to Max Mira today about that. I introduced him to that. I was like, "Do you know that there's the guy?" And I told him the whole thing about it and all that. And I said, "Well, the new rock stars, right? You know that show that does the Easter eggs, and they do a great job. I love their stuff. Mm-hmm. They put out a new shirt with Ouroboros on it. So if you look in your DMs on Discord, you'll see I had to go do my thing. So feel free to show that. I said that to Max today. He laughed. He thought it was hilarious. But go ahead and feel free to show that. Share it on the screen so everybody else can take a look at it. Yeah, I had to do it, guys. I had to do it because I'm telling you, you're gonna see refaces of Max as Ouroboros. I can't stop myself. But the fact that I mean, he's really he's so funny and so smart, and he has these moments that are just hilarious, dude. It's like he's really stealing the show.
I can't find it. Send it to me if you. Oh, did you? Okay, I see it. I see the message now. Just came through. Oh my god, you can't stop, can you?
Nope, sure can't.
Let me share it. Oh my god, you madman. It's coming up. God, you mad. You have a problem. I love that. It fits so well. That's great. That is.
I might actually sell this on my page.
I love it with like Ouroboros. He can't keep his tenses right. He's like sometimes he's talking about like the past. I love that kind of joking when he's like, I can't explain it without confusing myself. He'll talk like something like, oh, did it happen in the past or has it happened yet? But I'm wondering, one thing I'm wondering about this, did they do this season before Jonathan Majors had his issues? That's what I've been wondering. You know, the guy who played He Who Remains, after he did, right after Ant-Man Quantumania came out, he was accused of beating his girlfriend. And Marvel, of course, I think it later came out to be false accusations, but Marvel dropped.
Yeah, I never buy into that shit right away. You can't these days. I mean, if that bird taught us anything, is you cannot buy into that shit right away. It's just
Yeah,
it's just a
I
weapon.
always,
It's the same thing they use on politicians. They use on the
Mhm.
Supreme Court justices. It's always the dirtiest people amongst us who do this, the worst things. And then they accuse everybody else of what they would do. So no doubt, I like with everything. I wait. The media is not trustworthy, and the people who put out shit like that are generally not trustworthy. So
Mhm.
I've learned to, like with everything, then
Just wait.
gratification. Do not, just wait. Just like with the stuff with Israel lately, with the hospital thing, right?
Yeah,
When it came out, I told everybody, I was like, dude, I'm not buying into this. I'm not getting emotional about it. I'm not gonna play the game anymore. I've seen it for decades
Mhm.
now that I've been aware and alert about these things. It's the fog of war. We can't take anything seriously. If you didn't learn anything from Ukraine, which was just happened, and how much fog of
Yeah.
war was behind the initial stories there, then you're probably not. You're probably buying into this stuff. But it's all about emotional triggers to activate and divide. So
Yeah.
if you don't want to be abused and used, don't fall for the fog of war. Wait for the real story, and
Mhm.
then you can go ahead and get your feelings off, because
Yep.
you just don't want to trust people who want you to get your feelings off right away. You can't ever
Exactly.
do it. They're the worst amongst us, and they will never ever stop being that. So just with a lot of things we run into in this world here, you don't you don't want to go with the hearsay.
But yeah, getting back to Loki. One
Yep.
thing I like about I think Loki in season 2, he's finally finding his niche within the TVA. I think he's really this version of Loki. Because a lot of people, like I think a lot of people in season 1 didn't realize that this is a different Loki than we see in like uh in Ragnarok and what was Infinity War, the one we see that gets his neck snapped by Thanos. This is a different Loki, and I think it when he saw the rest of his life in that film in season 1, I think it clicked in him that okay, I'm on the wrong path. And we see in season 2, one thing I just noticed, I was looking at some stills getting ready before the show. I was just looking at stuff. He's more put together because in season 1 they made him wear that jacket that said variant. His tie was kind of crooked. His clothes were kind of disheveled. But now in season 2, he's more kind of after episode 1 where she's jumping and he's going through that trauma. When he gets back, he's more put together. His outfits. I'm looking at one of my, and I don't know why people hated on this scene. Um, I think this was a really good scene, the pie eating scene. I think it
Hmm.
was a, I think it was a really well done because there's sometimes where you need to stop the action and do the exposition. Have
Yeah.
brainstorming sessions, and I think this was a really great um great way to for them to like expedition talk about what they're going to do next or talk about what's going on. And I think the pie was a really good tool to bring this scene together because who doesn't like pie? I love pie, especially key lime pie like this.
Yeah. You got to have these dialogues. Jacob, I didn't see what you're talking about there. Even this reporting of it being a Baptist hospital, and I'm like, no, I didn't see that. That's wild.
Yes, I saw that. I heard that on the news yesterday. They called it a Baptist hospital. I'm thinking in Gaza, what? Okay, but getting back to this, I think it was I think it was one. Leading up to this scene, how Mobius was telling Loki, "Okay, don't let him get to you. Don't lose control. Keep calm." And what does Mobius do? Mobius does, or has it happens to Mobius what he was trying to keep Loki from doing. He went at Brad, I think was his name, or the variant.
Yeah. Was it X10 or X12 or something?
Yeah, one
Was
of
it
the ran off the kingdom.
X5?
Um, So I think this was a great moment. We see the roles reversed. We see, a very emotional Mobius. He's compromised it right now. He has let his emotions get to him. What he has spent the entire series trying to keep Loki from doing, warning Loki not to do. He has suffered himself. It's happened to him. And this was a great moment where Loki has taken, I think, what Mobius has taught him over the episode, and kind of like, hey, let me help you at this moment. And we see, I think, and Mobius talking about how he doesn't want to know about his life. He's happy at the TVA. He's happy not knowing, because what if it's bad? And I think we're going to see that kind of play out more. I hope we do. We're going to see that kind of conflict within Mobius play out. And I think we're going to see Loki take what he's learned from Mobius and use it to help him. And I think people hating on this scene, oh, really? I saw someone say, oh, this is what Marvel's come to, sitting around eating pie. Well, it can't always be the Avengers around the conference table getting ready to go in the spaceship, fly off into the world or in outer space. It can't always be that. It's sometimes got to be two guys sitting there drinking coffee. So
yeah, again, it's just like people always looking for some reason to bring it down. Like, there's a big problem with crabs in a bucket in our society. Everybody always wanting to drag everybody else down. That's not the way I live my life, and that's not what my channel is about or anything that I do. And so other people that are like that see that, they don't like it. They don't like it because they're already low, and they just want to bring everybody else low. I want to bring people up. The people come out there and they attack the scene like that. Man, those are the same people that'll sit there and tell you what you're doing isn't good enough or it sucks. Mm-hmm.
But I think, like I said, like at the core, this is a kind of almost a police procedural show, Loki. It just the partner buddy cop. It's a buddy cop show. That's what it is.
Yeah. And dude, it's been action packed. They've come out there swinging.
It's just like spoiler alert. We're going to be talking about last week's episode. Hopefully, if you don't want spoilers, click away. I won't mind. I won't hold it against you. But when they go meet the original, no, he wasn't the original. The variant, Kang. He's Kang the Conqueror. I'm not going to say he who remains. That's like Voldemort. You know who kind of shit. So the steampunk World's Fair mad scientist. I love the scene where it was between Loki and Sylvie on the Ferris wheel, and they're just
that scene drove me crazy. I actually had a reaction to that scene, but go ahead.
I just loved how they were like Loki was able to throw things at her he needed to, by also keeping Timely safe. I love that, being able to multitask. I love those scenes where the hero-ish. I don't think Loki's a hero yet.
He's an anti-hero. But
go ahead.
Yeah.
Your point.
Well, first of all, I think Timely is not a variant. I think he's a contingency plan. I think that he is a doppelganger, if you will. It's something that was put there. I don't think he's a variant until he is given the book. I think he's in the historical timeline, but the book itself, when he gets that, then it creates a branch, right?
Yeah. So
it's a way that he who remains, which is the only way you can describe that one character, because there's so many different Kangs.
Yeah.
Put him there, and he may have put many doppelgangers out there just in case. And like if he has to activate him as a contingency, then he does. But if not, he would have gone on and making candles the rest of his life. So the Ferris wheel scene was irritating as hell, because Sylvie, to me, is just like right now, and I got a look. This is again why you need to delay gratification sometimes. I understood her more towards the end of the episode when we finally got to hear her reasoning. But her just trying to kill this guy off without listening to the fact that, hey man, the whole loom's getting ready to come undone. We need this guy to go back and in order to access it, so Ouroboros can fix the loom.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like for her to not even stop to listen or figure out that part of it, to understand the loom comes undone, everything's done. I guess, is it just the TVA that's done? Is that what she's trying to do? Is she trying to make the loom come undone? I don't know, but in that scene, I was frustrated because she was just like this irrational woman that was just like, flying off on her feelings and emotions and not considering the consequences to others. So that made me a little frustrated. And later on, I think I understood her a little bit better when she calmed down. But in the moment when she just wanted to kill an innocent person, and not hear the rationale behind needing him and all that stuff like that, that was a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, I can see that. Like when she has him she has him dead to rights in the lab, and he's just saying, "I'm not him. I'm not that person." She doesn't care. She wants to kill him. T-Rex, how's it going? How's the road?
T-Rex, what's up?
But season 1, I didn't know how I would feel about a female Loki, but I kind of like Sylvie. I understand where she's coming from.
Do me a favor. Will you show T-Rex the T-shirt again? He didn't get to see the T-shirt. I think he would appreciate the T-shirt.
Sure, no problem. Let's see if I have that. Check this out, T-Rex. Our winning has some problems.
It's Max Mura. We all gonna die.
We all going to, you can hear it too.
Yep. No, actually, I said that to Max. Max thought it was hilarious.
Max
has a great sense of humor.
When Quan won for what was that movie he did earlier this year? I got it right here. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. When he won the, I think was it the Oscar he won it for? He told a story like after the awards, he's standing there and he sees Harrison Ford. Now he hasn't seen Harrison Ford since they did Temple of Doom, and he says he said he went up, tapped him on the shoulder, and says, "Dr. Jones." And Harrison Ford turns around and says, "Short round," and they hug. I thought that was like so cool. I love Harrison Ford. It was so. He's Quan. I think I'm loving that we're seeing more of him and stuff because he's such a good actor.
Dude, he's amazing, and he's like I said, his delivery is so awesome. He's still. I guess I really think he's still in the show. He's one of the favorite new characters, easily. And it's just the dry, quirky delivery. It's so phenomenal. Oh, good. We can hack the system. Like he's that open-mindedness, the innocence at the same time. So that bad then.
He was the fight coordinator on X-Men and the One. Wow.
Yeah, no, he's a badass. The dude can shred.
That's so. I wanted to learn martial arts. I'm probably if I can ever find a place near me that teaches it, I'd love to do like learn weaponry more so than like kicking because I have a bad knee. I couldn't do that.
You need to learn jiu-jitsu, man. You need to learn how to get on the ground and work on the ground.
Yes, that's what kind of martial arts does he know? I'll look that up later. But I don't. One thing I like about just the story of Loki is they could do anything that it can be a period piece sometimes. One thing I did like seeing like the World's Fair. We've seen what was it, 1980s McDonald's, or was that a Burger King? I can't. It was a McDonald's, wasn't it? Yes, yes. Sylvie working at the McDonald's. But I love seeing like slow down. I'm enjoying seeing the internal conflict between the factions in the TVA. We saw the just the devastation caused by, what was her name, Knox, or
Docs.
yeah, pruning all those branches. It was. I mean, I have to say I'm enjoying Loki more than I thought I would. So, what do you think about it?
Same. It's doing a great job. It makes me excited for what's coming in the bigger story. I hope that they can keep this consistency across all of the upcoming stories that connect to it. And I like the feel of it. It's gritty. It's weird in a retro techno way.
Yes,
It's clunky, but advanced.
I love that they use rotary phones in the TVA. That has made me chuckle every time I see it.
That and the color schemes, the use of color, it's very artistic. I dig that stuff.
Very like 60s or 70s feel, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy who played Casey, his name's Eugene Cordero. He was in a show that I really liked called Tacoma FD, which was the Broken Lizard guys who did Super Troopers, did basically a firefighter TV series, kind of in the vein of Super Troopers. And he played one of the firemen, and so he had to get buff for that. So you see Casey, basically the desk clerk who's helping. He's buff, and you're like, how is this dude buff? Then you realize he just come from this fireman show. The actor, great actor. I have to say, the casting on this show has been great as well. I've never had any issues with any of the casting on this show. Owen Wilson as Mobius has made me laugh, and just you're expecting him to go, wow. And it's so.
I mean, he's a big time actor on a regular TV show. Yeah, he's big time.
Yes. And I'm a fan of Tom Hiddleston. I watch him in anything. I love Loki. Is not just one of my favorite villains, but one of my favorite characters, and it's because of his performance. Let's see.
There's some people have compared me to Loki.
Tara Strong, she does the voice of Miss Minutes. That woman has been the voice of everyone's childhood. She played Timmy Turner in the Very Odd Parents. Let's see, what else has she done? Let me bring up her. It's one of those. She's Harley Quinn. Let me see. She's Raven in Teen Titans. She's done she's Batgirl too. So I was really like when I heard Miss Minutes' voice for the first time, I'm like, hey, I know that actress. She was Ben 10. She was Ben in Ben 10. All these great cartoon shows from the late 80s. Wow, she's been working since the year I was born.
Now, the late 80s, I was running around like a madman chasing women all over the place. So I wasn't watching cartoons then. So I thought I was like, I probably haven't heard of it before.
I was born in 87, so yes, she's really talented, and I'm not gonna lie, super hot. But I
never lie about super hotness.
Yes, I know. So I don't have anything bad to say about Loki so far. I think it's like the
It's
writing.
fun.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of fun. Um, so I don't know what else to add. It's like it's just that's the best way to describe it. It's fun. And
Talk about where it's going to go. Let's do some
yeah,
speculation.
that's one thing I love about I'm enjoying about the Marvel shows that there's still kind of keeping that connecting lines with the movies and it's, let's see.
What about the tie-ins? Like, there's gonna be some tie-ins here, right? It's supposed to tie into other movies.
I think so because we're gonna have I think the next Avengers movie or the next I know Kang is the next big baddie. He's replacing Thanos as the big baddie for the movies. So I think we're gonna have there's a name for it they have in the comics. So we're gonna have that big time war that they're talking about that they've been hinting at, and that Kang's gonna start. So let me see something. I mean, we're already seeing the connections with like what was that, Secret Wars or whatever that Nick Fury show was, and we're gonna see
Yep.
how it connects with the Marvels when that comes out.
Which yeah, I'm not. That's one of there's one time I'm like, why do I have to watch this? I'm really not looking forward to that at all. I think Brie Larson got fired already.
Did she? Oh, please.
That's news today. Like, just out recently.
Let me look that up and definitely need to talk about that. My thing was she came in and she came in near the end of what phase 3. Oh yeah, the last only thing I could find was she came in and then she basically felt she was more important to the story than she was. See, Brie Larson reportedly disillusioned with Captain Marvel following online comments. Learn to read, nerd. The Marvel star, I hope so. She may hang up her cape as a new report says she's disillusioned with playing the superhero after negative backlash following the 2019 movie. Because it was a bad movie. That was one movie I did not enjoy. What were the comments she said? Yeah, I'll look into this and do a video on it.
Yeah, a lot of other actors didn't like working with her, so you're gonna lose chemistry with that. I mean, you know, it's. Let's see.
And yeah, that's. I think that was the one time Marvel has really dropped the ball on their casting, because I don't think, other than Brie Larson, I don't think they've ever miscast a character. I mean, they have done an amazing job with their casting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's been great.
Robert Downey Jr. will always be Tony Stark. Chris Evans will always be Captain America. The only casting I didn't like, because I like Edward Norton, I wish he would have came back for Avengers. But what's his name?
Maybe they'll bring him back like through through parallel universe. Like, yeah, I'd be okay with him. Yeah, I don't like what they did with Hulk. Man, they really with She-Hulk. they just really emasculated. That was horrible. That's probably like one of the lowest points in the whole Marvel in the whole MCU. It was like I didn't even watch it because I could already. I mean, when the trailer turns you off, you're in bad shape.
One of my first
I'll never watch it.
One of my first don't. I do not. If you want to keep any bit of your sanity or you want to keep your blood pressure low, do not watch She-Hulk. That was the worst piece of trash I've ever watched. I did one of my first videos on my channel was on it. And like there's a whole thing where, Bruce still had from the snap when he brought everyone back, his arm is still in a cast. And it's like 2 or 3 years later because he's basically, since the snap, lost use of his arm. And they, through a series of events, Jennifer's blood gets contaminated with his in a car wreck. And he uses her blood, the way her body metabolizes gamma radiation, as he says, is different. So he's able to use her blood to repair his arm. And she literally looks at him and says, now she's looking at Brainiac Hulk, Smart Hulk, and he says, oh, your blood metabolizes gamma radiation differently than mine. So it's better than yours, she says. No, just different. And she looks at him with a straight face and says, but in a better way, right? And I just like, oh my God, it's gonna be that kind of show.
Yeah. That's where you lose me with shows like, when you start going there with things. You start involving isms. I don't want no isms in my show, right?
Yeah.
Nope, this is supposed to be fantasy adventure.
Yeah.
Mark Ruffalo, superheroes, bad guys, good guys, just evil conquest, defenders of what's good and right. Let's not get into the isms.
Yeah. Well, later on in
you're never gonna teach me anything. Okay, Avengers: The Kang Dynasty, in release date on is that the same? I'm trying to look up this for you. Yeah, okay. The Kang Dynasty is the Avengers one, and that's going to be May 1st, 2026, I think. Okay. And then if this article I'm reading is right, and then you got Secret Wars. All right, so you got Secret Wars, the Secret Invasion, Secret Wars thing is coming out. This is 23. We're going backwards here. The Marvels. All right, there's Loki season 2. Then the Marvels, November 2023. Hawkeye,
season 2.
I didn't even watch season 1 of that because again, I think that was another one of those things where I was like, what if season's coming in next year? Ironheart, that's another one.
No,
basically,
email Iron Man.
Dude, stop! I wish they would just stop now before they even do it. Just stop!
Iron Man.
I mean, it's just like it does. Was there ever such a character? And if there was, then I guess there's a story there. But
Ironheart has been around a while. She basically built her own Iron Man suit in a garage as a teenager. When it took grown men to do it, of course, albeit in a cave, it took Tony in a cave. But some of the smartest men working at Stark Industries couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me
because they're smart men. They obviously were smart white men too. So they don't know anything. It takes them. They need the help of a young girl to get it done.
Fun fact: do you remember how in the first Iron Man movie, Obadiah Stane's screaming at the scientist when he says, "I can't miniaturize the arc reactor"? He's like, Tony Stark did it in a cave. And he responds, I'm not Tony Stark. Well, that actor who played that scientist was Ralphie from A Christmas Story.
Oh, man, Ralphie rocks.
I loved A Christmas Story, the sequel they did last year for Christmas. I enjoyed it. It was funny. But
that was pretty good. We watched that. That was pretty good.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was a great continuation of the story. I think they really paid homage to the old man in a really great way. So, but I'm seeing I don't agree with the what they call it, the MCU, but I'm starting to see it more and more. These great characters starting to be replaced by these third-rate, bottom of the barrel characters. Because basically, Marvel's used up all their A-listers. Like they killed off Iron Man. They've basically killed off Captain America, killed off Black Widow. They wussified the Hulk. Hawkeye is just this retired deaf guy now. He's got, what is it called when soldiers just due to explosions, tinnitus?
Uh-huh.
That's one thing they did. They really harped on in Hawkeye series, that he can't hear out of one ear now, which is understandable. You know, he's been a soldier and a secret agent for his entire life. But they've either killed or sidelined their entire A and B list roster. So now they're going to C and D list. Like the Eternals. I didn't care about any of those characters. While watching this, I'm like, okay, I'm supposed to care about them? Why?
Yeah.
That's one thing. It's like,
I mean, they could go street level and get. I mean, I like Daredevil, and I like Luke Cage, and I like Iron Fist. I like those characters. I mean, I'm
Jessica Jones. The first season of Jessica Jones was amazing.
I never saw that, so I have to go.
I would recommend. I recommend it. David Tennant plays the bad guy, and he plays so well.
Yeah, there's some interesting characters there. I used to watch those characters all the time. You could bring in Nova from space. You can bring in some other really cool characters I remember growing up with. There's plenty of them out there, you know. Just to regender characters or go with their subsequent, you know, descendants. It's like, you can do so much better. You know, get deeper into the comic books. No, don't go, you know, lighter, right? And then you could start bringing people back eventually.
You know, we're gonna get some, like a Morgan Stark in a movie eventually. Is Tony's daughter doing something? You know.
Well, yeah, I'd rather see Morgan Stark doing something than Ironheart or whoever that is. I mean, some little girl building a suit, that doesn't happen. You know, not even in fantasy. The fantasy world, that doesn't even happen. It's just there's limitations to what people can do in a garage, and what they can get their hands on, and what they can afford, and what it takes to actually be able to perform those tasks on all levels. It's training, access, resources.
There's an early episode of Young Sheldon where one day the FBI shows up at Sheldon's house, tells his parents, he's like, "Hey, we got information that someone called a Canadian uranium mine," because Sheldon called him because he was trying to build a nuclear accelerator in his garage. There's so much wrong with these. I'm just waiting for like an entire female team of Avengers, and I'm dreading it because, like, to me, like in the past 10 years, the best Marvel movie was No Way Home. You know, we finally got to we get Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield come. Was it No Way Home? Was that it? It was so good. Yes, it was nostalgia, basically nostalgia porn, but done in a way that it didn't. The story made sense. It wasn't a lot of a lot of stuff nowadays is nostalgia for nostalgia's sake. And to me, that when they do it just to do it, it loses a lot of the charm. Like the new stuff doesn't have the charm of the original stuff, in my opinion. And we're seeing that some in Star Wars. Like one criticism about Ahsoka I have is the nostalgia porn, basically, just to do it. Loki, we're seeing a pathway to so many different storylines. I hope we see more what ifs.
Yeah, bring back the nuclear Boy Scout. Yeah, yeah, what else to be cool? That's pretty cool stuff. I like that. Yeah, those are creative things that are pretty fun. You know, that again, then they can expand it and do stuff that way too. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not going to be a big fan of it eventually, and that's what I don't want.
Yeah.
I feel like eventually it's going to get to a point where they just completely shut me out of it. I've had way too much fun up to this point, and I don't think they're going to win new audiences with the direction they're going to go if they're just going to regender and re-race every character in the MCU.
Yeah.
It's just stupid. It's dumb. It doesn't really follow the true timeline or the true canon, I guess, of the spirit of the comics. And you know, got to think about who your core audience is and who's been there with you the entire time, and it's not the ones you think you're going for. You're not going to convince them. Y'all already saw the blowback for trying to sexualize the comics and sexualize the characters and resexualize them and turn them this way and turn them that way, and nobody wants to see that shit. And hopefully over time, you know, they have to reboot things over and over again. So maybe down the road they'll reboot everything again, and we can get some of these stories remade, and they'll go in the right direction next time. It's like have to do the snap, you know, snap it back into place, and they'll learn their lesson that way. That's just like you know, it sucks. We have to be more vigilant about who. People got to, you know, go for these jobs, man. Go for these jobs, and if you got a base mindset, or you know, and try to take the, you know, aspire to be what you don't think you can be.
It's like I remember the date I went and saw Iron Man, the first movie. It was May 9th, 2013. And the reason I remember it is because two of my best friends got married, and me and a few friends, we spent like an hour or two at the reception, and then we hightailed it to the movie theater. We were like, oh, we wish you the best. We're going to go watch Iron Man. They're like, oh, we wish we could go. Well, we got our honeymoon. But that's how influential it was. You know, seeing this character you grew up with, you've watched the cartoons, you've read the comics your whole life, and seeing him larger than life up on the movie screen. Like I remember when they tried to get Samuel L. Jackson as Nick Fury. Hold on a second. In the original comics, Nick Fury is this white guy with brown hair and kind of the Reed Richards white temples. But in the Ultimate series, they turned him into a black bald guy based off of Samuel L. Jackson. And when they went to try to get Sam Jackson to do his cameo in Iron Man, they hand him a comic. He opens it up, looks at Nick Fury, like, what the hell am I doing in a comic? That's how good the casting is. They're able to find the characters in real life and then put them on screen. And I don't see, and they're not doing that anymore. It's like in Multiverse of Madness, when Captain Marvel is now a black woman. Oh, what? Which version is that? I don't know. What? Now, one thing I did like about Multiverse of Madness, we finally got John Krasinski in a Marvel movie, and Patrick Stewart back as Professor Xavier, what was the guy who played Black Adam? He came back because he did the Eternals TV show, which was a disaster.
Hey, buddy. dude, I actually have to head out. I have to go pick up my son. He's
hey.
about 30 minutes away. But I just wanted to say thank you for having me on. I've enjoyed the discussions. I think this has gone great, and I really I enjoy talking about this stuff with you, man. So
Hey, I
thank you so
appreciate
much.
it.
And I just want to remind the crowd that next Saturday night, I'll be back winning Saturday night. So hope you guys will be there. And I'll be back next week with a whole slew of new shows. We're going to be starting the Open Conspiracy series on
That's cool.
Unveiling Reality on 8 p.m. These are the ones that are out there, but then they get the narratives try to get picked up on the first and second veil. They try to both put their spins on it. One's to manufacture consent, and one's to create this level of story that will turn people off from even listening to you. So we're going to meet in the middle, and we're going to actually decipher these things and read through them one by one.
That's
And
cool.
we're going to get to the truth so we can have a level head and a rational view of it. And then me and Gary Lamb will be back on Thursday with Repairing History together for another show with Thomas Sowell and all that stuff like that. So but Sunday, tomorrow night, it's at 5:30 p.m. Okay, 5:30, early show.
Mm-hmm.
Myself and Talking Trash and Truths will be digging into the world of Big Pharma with 2 documentaries, one from the past and one from the recent present. It's going to kind of spell out the whole line about Big Pharma and how they've taken control of the world and how good they are for us and what to do about that. But the documentaries are great, so we're going to be doing that. And I hope you guys will join me then tomorrow at 5:30 Eastern with Talking Trash and Truths, old school watch party Sundays.
Yeah, you always have like the most interesting, like thought-provoking topics. They're really great. So check out.
I'm glad you enjoy it. Cool. Hey, there you are. All right, I'm getting ready to hop on the ride and go pick up the boy. But thank you so much, Outpost Nerd, man.
Thanks for being here, dude. I really appreciate it.
You got it, brother. You got it. And until next time, you guys, and you keep on winning.
Dude.
See ya.
So thanks again, winning. I really appreciate it, man. It's great to have someone to talk to about this stuff. Someone who is really passionate about it, like I am. But I'm gonna be ending the show. It's been almost 2 hours. Wow, it goes fast. But I would give, I'm gonna start trying to grade shows. I think Loki is a solid A. I really enjoy it. I think the people who they're nitpicking. The critics, they're really nitpicking because they see it as a Marvel show. But to me, like I said, it's a buddy cop drama. I mean, you have that back and forth between Mobius, not unlike Riggs and Murtaugh from Lethal Weapons, which are my favorite. Oh, I love those movies, especially 3 and 4. Love them. You will see a character really grow. You will see a character that starts off so self-centered. This Loki the Loki we see on the show is the Loki right after the Battle of New York. So he's pretty much the only 2 movies in. Yes, 2 movies in because it was Thor and then Avengers was his next appearance, and then this version was in Loki. That's when Loki started. It's so good. It's the story allows for so much period experimentation. The look is very 70s retro. Like I said, I laugh every time I see them use a rotary phone. But so I give it a solid A. I really recommend starting in season 1. It's opening the doors for phase 5 and 6. I think Loki is the linchpin for the next 2 phases of Marvel. So I highly recommend it. But we're talking a little about She-Hulk. We from good to the bad. And one of my first videos, first live streams was on She-Hulk. I watched it so you didn't have to. You're welcome, people. Oh my God, I hated it. From like the first 20 minutes, you knew it was going to be Kaiser, what's up? What's up, Kaiser Pineapple? What's up? There's a whole sequence. Bruce is doing nothing but trying to help. And Jennifer is fighting every step of the way. He's fighting him every chance he gets. He has had to learn the hard way. He's had to be that mindless monster. You are one of the smart ones, Memento. It was god awful. And this, what I'm about to tell you, will make your blood boil. Now, here we have Hulk. We have Bruce Banner, who was raised by an abusive father, who was beaten by his father, saw his father kill his mother. Bruce and Jennifer were so close because Bruce would run away from home to go to Jennifer's house to escape all this. So Jennifer knew all this was going on. Then Bruce finally he becomes a doctor. He becomes a leader in his field, only for he gets a beautiful girlfriend, with Betty. He only for it to literally blow up in his face and become this mindless monster in the Hulk, who's his ex-girlfriend's father starts hunting him down. He loses everything, has to flee to other countries, gets dragged into the Avengers, goes crazy, meets a woman in Natasha that likes him and is not afraid of the Hulk, only to lose her and to have all the power in the universe to bring everyone back but the one person he wants the most. And he can't do it. He saves the entire universe, loses his arm, and then when he's trying to spare a person he loves that kind of pain, Jennifer looks at him and she's like, I know anger. I work with men. These are her words. And I go into a lot more detail in one of my early streams. So check that out. Check out all my other channels or all my other streams on my channel. She goes, I deal with men. I'm infinitely more smarter than that. If I say anything, I get catcalled on a daily basis. If I say anything, I'll be labeled hard to work with or even murdered. Those are her words. She goes from catcalling to murdered. And Bruce is looking at her just like, really? Really, you're going to own that? She says all that knowing the trauma that he has been dealt. And it's like that the whole series. There is not a smart, good man in the entire She-Hulk show. And the moment she starts twerking with Cardi B, oh my God, that was painful to watch. And then at the end, she literally has to break the fourth wall to beat the bad guy. She cannot beat the bad guy without rewriting reality. She ends up going to the Marvel Studios and busting into the writer's office. It was utterly ridiculous. He did. He just looked at her with a face, just like, really? Are you serious right now? And the only reason he didn't say anything is because as she's saying this, she's getting angry and she just slowly turns to She-Hulk. And the thing, they completely ruined the character of Jennifer Walters and She-Hulk. Jennifer is supposed to be this measly, meek little shy young lady who's super smart but lacks complete and utter confidence. So when she turns into She-Hulk, she just oozes sexuality and confidence. But we don't see that. We're basically seeing the confidence issues, the issues that Jennifer has in a green body, in a green CGI body. That's all it is. Now, she's had issues before. I'm not belittling hers, but you can't compare a lifetime of abuse to someone saying, "Hey, pretty mama," that kind of thing. So that it just boggles my mind that the same studio that made that has made such a great show in Loki. You can have strong characters without them being nasty. And that's not a gender specific thing. You can have nasty men playing bad characters as well. So, but I'm waiting. We see these studios, Marvel and Disney, they'll kind of they'll kind of hit it out of the park with a show, but the next 2 or 3 are just yes, and that's exactly. He was a modern retelling of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and originally he was gray because the Stan Lee said the printers didn't do green very well. I think I might have that backwards, but all these characters are versions of old classic stories. Like Iron Man is the knight in shining armor. It's like the Avengers are it's like a perfect D&D group. You have the knight in shining armor, the paladin with Captain America, the orc with the Hulk, the archer with the Hawkeye, the rogue with Black Widow. They're great archetypes. So, and I understand the need to try to change it up a little bit. And I think that's what Marvel's trying to do. They're trying to change it up a little bit. But sometimes you need to admit, and I think this is what they're refusing to do. They're refusing to admit when it doesn't work. These gender and race swaps don't really work. But then you have when a show or movie flops, you don't have directors anymore saying, or actors saying, "Our bad, maybe we need to do better." That you have them saying it was the audience fault. It's the toxic audience. How dare you belittle what we created, what we've done for you? We did this for you. Okay, but don't make crap for us. Don't make something preachy. And that's what we're getting with our entertainment. The culture is so bad now in Hollywood nowadays. They want to, everything has to have a message. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Sometimes we just want to escape. Sometimes we just need to get away. That doesn't mean that we won't face the issues, that we won't fight to change it, change what the problems we see in the world. But sometimes we need a break. A prize fighter can't fight 24/7. Sometimes they need to go to their corner, take a break, get some water, and sometimes lick their wounds. Admit when something's not working. That's what Hollywood's not wanting to do. Hollywood is not wanting to admit when they're wrong. They think that they are the arbiters of the culture, that they think that they are the source of the culture. No, the source of the culture is you and me. It's the every man and woman. It's the people who work 9 to 5, who want to come home and just relax and watch a movie, Netflix and chill, giggity. They're the culture, not Hollywood, not these Hollywood out of touch elitists that probably don't even know how much a gallon of milk costs because you haven't been in a store in 20 years. Who think that these people think everyone rents, charters airplanes to go to the next town over. We are the culture. And we have forgotten, I think a lot of people have forgotten that. And I think that's why alternate entertainment, Ricada is always talking about alternate entertainment, like people creating their own fun, kickstarting their own comics. We are we should be the entertainment we want to see. Whew. Wow, that was a rant. I want to work in the entertainment business. I do. That's my goal. Is one day. It's not to be super famous, not to be even known. It's just to create. And you know what? People need to fail. I bet you if Warner Brothers went bankrupt today, if they failed today, the government would be bailing them out. Oh! I got another special guest. Oh, it's one of my favorite people. It's Shelly talking trash and truths. What's up, girl?
You're ridiculous.
I am. I'm fun. I went on a little rant there, didn't I?
You did. I missed a little bit of it because I've been hopping around and I went and I've been leaving likes on everybody that's live, and then Shizzy sent me a link. I jumped on his for a couple minutes and then I came back off because I had to do something with my son, and he's like, "Oh yeah, never mind. I got my friend to do it with me." I was like,
Yeah.
I literally just really? You could have told me that. I would have stayed where I was. I was like, all right, let me go see Nerd. Now I'm awake. I feel better. My pain pills kicked in, like the Tylenol kicked in. I'm good.
That's good. I was
So,
worried about
you had fun with winning.
It was a great show. We talked. It was a really great conversation. It's always a great conversation.
It was.
With winning.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's my favorite person on the planet.
And he made some points I didn't even think about.
Like,
basically, them trying. It's not really the old fans that they're trying to get. It's because why do they need to get them? We already have them.
We're already hooked. We're gonna watch even if it sucks. We're gonna just so we could say it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we're gonna watch it. But yeah, no, he's right. They're doing it for the young ones to get them in.
And like I said, my niece made me so happy this week when she pointed. We were going through. I don't know if you heard. We were going through the Walmart catalog, and she's like, "I want this and this." She pointed at a dark saber and a Mandalorian helmet. I'm like, "Oh, this little girl! I love her so much."
Oh yeah. The day my son was like, "I want an R2-D2 stuffed animal," I was like, "All right." I went and I found one online. I bought it. I gave it to him. He goes, "This is little. I don't want a little one." I could not find he wanted like a giant one that he could sleep with and hold on to. Mm-hmm. And I was like, they don't sell these. They not something they have inflatable ones, but you're not sleeping with that. And he was like, "But I want one." And damn it, I crocheted him one and I stuffed it with like paper towels and everything. But I did it purely just by the seat of my pants. Like I literally had no pattern. I was like, let me just try this. But the look on his face when I gave it to him, he's like, "Oh, you made me my own R2." I was like, "Yep, sure did." There you go. You like it? Yes, I love it. And he did.
Awesome.
He slept with that thing until there was like 2 threads left.
It's like one of my favorite things that I have. Have you watched Firefly back in the day, right? You've told me that before. Haven't
Yes.
you remember that hat that Jane gets, that orange and like red, ugly knitted wool hat?
Uh-huh.
I was in a Facebook group. I might have told you this before. I was in a Facebook group, and it was a Firefly Facebook group. And I mentioned I would love to have a hat. And this random woman in the group who we were talking to, she's like, "What's your address? I'll knit you one and send it to you." I'm like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah, I knit. Let me send it to you." I'm like, "Okay,
Absolutely.
how much do I owe you?" No, you don't need to pay. And like 2 weeks later, I get this little box, like maybe 4 inches by 4 by 4,
Little bomb in the mail. It's fine.
and I wore it to like Comic Cons that I would work at, and
Aww.
people be like, "Oh, you're the man they call Jane," and they would start singing the song.
Aw, that's hilarious.
And
I
there
love
was
that.
like the second or third one I worked at. One of the ladies, she's like, "So are you gonna wear your Firefly hat?" I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Yeah, your Firefly hat, your Jane Cobb hat. Are you gonna wear it?" I was like, "How do you know that?" She's like, "I love that. It's awesome." They remembered that I had it from the year before, but of course, like in the Florida heat, wearing knitted wool in July. Holy crap! But
Well, you country, so I never know what to expect with you.
I'm not country, damn it.
Learn
But,
to accept your place in life. Come on now. So what else did he tell you?
We talked about like, kind of suspending disbelief, and you were there when we talked about Ahsoka. I'm not a fan of Rosario Dawson. I don't like her personally. You know who her boyfriend is, don't you?
Oh,
Cory Bush, the politician.
so?
I don't like him. I just don't.
So?
It's
What does that have to do with her?
She's said some things.
She's hot. I loved her in Josie and the Pussycats. I loved her when she was the feral wife in Alexander, across from Colin Firth. No, Colin. What the hell was his name? Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell. Yeah, he was the hot one that was like having a love affair with Jared Leto. So listen, that when you put two really pretty men next to one another, I don't really care what they do as long as they stand real close. Like I don't really care. I'll take it from there. My imagination works wonders. But no, I enjoy her. I think she's a very wide range type actress. And I think she did Ahsoka well. I do.
Yeah.
I did. Listen, Ahsoka, even she had the smirk down. She had that same reserved, observing amusement where she's also judging you a little bit that she did in the animated series. That's how she came across to me.
I think I just enjoyed Ashley Eckstein's performance as Ahsoka so much. Like maybe nothing can top it. So maybe that.
That's the problem with people who don't like the standalone movies. I call them the supplemental movies. They're just like little adjuncts that jump in. This fits here, that fits there. I enjoy them as standalone movies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't enjoy them as part of the lore. Like I'm like, you're not really sticking to the character that I know. Because they're like, oh, well, this is how the character. No, see, you're a writer. You don't know shit about that character. You've written like one movie. I've been invested in this character for literally 46 years. Stop. You're not going to tell me something about this character that I don't already know, because Star Wars was my whole life. Like when I was little, that's all I had, and it was my connection with daddy and everything. And it was just this, it was a whole life force in my life. And so to tell me that I don't know something, it's like, really? I mean, okay. You're going to tell me how Han Solo is. Really? No. No.
That moment I shared earlier with Winning about my dad taking me to see episode 2, that was actually the first moment I noticed my dad getting older. Because I looked over at him, and this breaks my heart when I think about this. When I looked over at him, I noticed his hairline receding.
Aww.
For the first time ever. You know, that
I'm sure
moment,
he wasn't thrilled about it either.
and then him falling asleep during that scene. To this day, it's like
How
25
do you
years ago.
sleep in a movie theater? I've never been able to.
I don't know. I've seen movies that
Although now I can sleep anywhere. So
I have seen movies that put me to sleep, wanted me to
oh yes.
I'd rather be asleep than watching this.
Actually, I'm a big fat liar. Solo put me to sleep.
Really?
I was asleep in the first 10 minutes that my friend Manny was sitting next to me, and he was like, Shelly, I was like, why? You never sleep during these movies. Get up. I was like, no, I don't want to. I was like, his voice irritating the shit out of me. Like, I can't. And he was like, you want to go home? I was like, no, I already paid. I might as well just stay here and sleep. I said, just make sure I don't snore too loud.
The
And he was
only
like,
movie,
wow. Then I went back and saw it at home, and I liked it. I did.
the only movie I ever remember seeing that thinking, well, there's two movies that the first movie I saw that I thinking to myself, I'd rather be at home than sitting here watching this right now, was that Christian Bale Western remake 310 to Yuma.
Yeah.
I think maybe because I
don't
just
like
got
the way they redo westerns. I don't know.
me and my friends, we went and saw it after I got off an 8-hour shift bagging groceries. And I was really looking forward to it, but I'm sitting there thinking about an hour in, I'm like, I want to go home. And then when I made two of my friends who, they're not nerds. They're grease monkeys. They're not nerdy at all. I made them go see Green Lantern with me. And I'm sitting there watching it thinking, they are going to kill me. This is so bad. This movie sucks. They're going to hate me for wasting their time. They didn't, but it's like, oh my God, this movie's shit.
Yeah. For your chat, Cory Booker, Corey. That's who her boyfriend is. He's the New Jersey senator.
Yes, Spartacus.
Blame me.
Sorry.
Blame Jersey, because everything goes wrong comes wrong from Jersey. That's fine. Whatever. Cory Bush. That's who you mentioned.
Yeah, I don't know why I mentioned it.
I don't know. Were you thinking of Jed Bush or what? I don't know. But it's Cory Booker. Oh.
Yeah. It's like, this is my Spartacus moment. Shut up.
You're allowed one nerd. That's it. Just one. See, anybody who don't know, he's my little brother, so I get to do this to him all the time. There's no blood there, but I mean, if we ever meet face to face, there'll be blood. Trust me. Like
Cory Bush is another politician. She's Democrat from Missouri. That's Cory Bush. Wrong. Yeah. I was thinking politicians, and I had two of them. I had them mixed up.
They're both Democrats? Really?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Cory Bush is she's the first district of Missouri.
Okay.
From the St. Louis. Yeah.
But no, like Rosario Dawson was hot as could be. She was I liked the range that she showed. And I really liked her take on Ahsoka. Like you could see she was proud of Luke, but that she didn't want to get involved because she'd been burned by that family before. Yeah. And maybe it hurt too much to see his father in him, to see the good that she knew in Anakin be there in Luke. It's not easy to do when you are disappointed by somebody you love so much, and then you're faced with their little mini me every day. It could be really hard.
I mean, one of the best moments in Rebels. One of the best moments in Rebels was when they're at the Sith monolith, and she's dueling Vader, and she cuts his mask open, and she sees those eyes that she has looked into for years during her training, and she sees the anger and the hatred directed at her, because he even asked her at one point, "Why did you leave me?" It was just, and that to me, that performance was, I think, tough to beat. Those moments like that.
Well, that was his whole life story, wasn't it? Everybody betrayed him because they either left him or they didn't accept him as he was, or they told him, you can't do this, you have to do this, and it didn't sit right.
Yes.
You know, you
Yes.
can't go against your instincts all the time.
I think if Yoda would have taken 10 minutes to sit down with Anakin
Mm-hmm.
and listen,
He was never
Actually-
going to win Mace Windu over.
no, there was no way.
And
in
that
hell.
was another thing, because you're running this thing. How dare you treat a child like this?
Yes.
How dare you treat an adolescent like this? And then you wind up, while they grow up distrustful and resentful and angry, you made that behavior. He wasn't like that until you rejected him for no reason.
There
Yeah,
was
just
really,
like, oh, you were some high and mighty person. No. Like, you need numbers too.
there was really no reason he should not have been given the rank of master. Really, no reason.
No, that was just, they didn't want him. They just wanted to deny him. And
Yeah.
I mean, it served the plot. I mean, let's face it, it served the plot.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
they were very insulated. You know, like I don't see a whole lot of difference between the Jedi Council and Palpatine, really.
no, I don't
Really
see it either. And you know what, Anakin?
When I was little, it was a very clear distinction between, you know, the Empire and the Rebels. And then I got older and I was like, wait, but it's okay. It's a government, but like, they're doing their government thing. They're doing what governments do.
Well,
You know,
it's like
and you have all
it's
these
like
people
what I-
who swear
what I
they're
said-
good and they're not.
it's like what I said to Winning earlier. We were talking about Dooku and his
Yes.
point, because I loved Tales of the Jedi, because there's one episode that follows Dooku dealing with corrupt
Mhm.
politicians. He becomes disillusioned. He left the Order the day he learned Qui-Gon was killed.
Yep.
He felt that if they would have taken his warning seriously, if they would have actually listened, the council would have gotten off their asses and dealt with Maul and this Sith threat. Qui-Gon would have lived.
Yep.
Because, like I said earlier, he's not. Sidious was not a terrorist. Like they thought of him as in the beginning of Clone War, Attack of the Clones. He was a political idealist, and looking back, learning how corrupt the Republic is or was. You start thinking, was he right in some ways? He may have not gone about it right, but his views might have been a little more on the right side or not the correct side than people are giving him credit for.
I have a problem with those words. Like I told you, I think we had this conversation yesterday, was it? About absolutism. Was it you I talked to about absolutes? I argued with somebody about absolutes, and they had said something about, you know, because I said only Sith steal absolutes, and that's not even true, because that's an absolute statement.
Yes.
Jedi say, and so they're being hypocritical. But if you think about it, there's no absolutes anywhere in the world. They're like, well, you know, God absolutely created, you know, whatever. Okay, I choose to believe that, but I don't know that. That's not an absolute. That's my absolute opinion. That's about it. That's my absolute belief. But can I prove it? No. Well, if you go back to the beginning of time, where's the beginning of time? Well, we don't know, because you can't prove it. It's not absolute. Time is infinite. It goes around and around and around. You know, you can't think of everything in linear terms the way we do. We like everything to be orderly. The fact of the matter is, life is not orderly. Life is going to, you know, punt you around like a ball in a pinball machine, and you just got to hold on and get through it and score as many good points as you can. Like, there's no absolutes. You can't trust anyone absolutely. You know, you can't believe that you love someone absolutely, because you don't know what the future holds.
I have said this, and I have said this hundreds and hundreds of times, and will say this as long as I live. You show me someone that trusts someone 100%, I'll show you a cult member.
Yep.
I have had this.
But if you have a stream, of water that has run for 1,000 years with no delineation, nothing drops into it, there's nothing changing the pattern. The current and everything is the exact same for 1,000 years. Yes, you would think that's an absolute stream. It will always be like that. No, it won't. All you need is one pebble. You drop one little grain of sand into that river or that stream, and you've changed it forever.
Butterfly effect.
Yeah, there's no absolute. And I say I've changed it forever. Well, forever lasts until the next thing drops into the stream. So there's always going to be something that could come along, which means nothing is absolute. Chance is a huge thing in this world.
Kaiser, yes, but come on. What we're saying, it's the story.
Well, he didn't want the fall. He didn't care about the fall of the Republic. It was all corrupt to him. It all had to come down, I think. And he wanted it built new, but he didn't have that kind of power.
Did Dooku want to conquer, or did he want to leave the Republic? They're called separatists for a reason.
Yes.
So I think
the only way that he was going to get to leave was to burn it down to the ground.
Yeah, because
Palpatine would have done that.
Because you hear Palpatine say in Episode 2 that we will fight to keep the Republic together. There was no leaving the Republic. It's like in Star Trek. There's no leaving the Federation. We see that in Deep Space Nine. If you're a human, you're not allowed to leave the Federation. And that was the Maquis' biggest issue. That was Cisco. I'm using them. I'm comparing them. You can't like Star Wars and Star Trek, bitch. I'm not calling you a bitch, Shelly. I'm saying. That
don't bother me. You call me a bitch all day.
It's like I tell those people who are like, say, you got to pick one. I'm like, bitch, I love both of them for different reasons. Shut up. It's like there's a whole season of Deep Space Nine that you see Cisco almost become a monster. You see him like he destroys a planet because this guy betrayed the uniform. And they thought, you betrayed the uniform. So what? When that uniform becomes something you can't agree with, you have a duty to throw it off. And that's what Cisco could not comprehend. He couldn't see past. I will catch shit from so many Star Trek fans for what I'm about to say. Cisco was a bad Starfleet captain. He let his emotions cloud him. He was not afraid to lie, cheat, steal, and destroy.
How very Scarlett O'Hara of him.
Exactly.
Here's the thing with Star Wars, though. Look at Princess Leia. Now, I love my princess. She was the first crush I ever had on a girl. Like, she just was everything. When Carrie Fisher died, I was devastated when she died because I even related to her more as an adult, as herself, than I did when she was Princess Leia. But as Princess Leia, she hated Vader. He was everything she had come to hate in the world. Everything she stood against. And the thing is, she didn't learn the way Luke learned. He became that, not because that was in him and that's who he was.
Show about
he
that.
Did that out of fear of losing her and Padme.
Yes.
He did not want to lose the things he loved most in this world because the world had taken everything he loved most prior to that. That was his conditioned response. He was going to protect them no matter what he had to become. And the thing that she hated was the thing he became to try to protect her, to try to keep her because they were going to rip her away from him like nothing. Right?
Carrie Fisher was a treasure that is sorely missed.
Oh, no. When she talked about, her father and Liz Taylor, and she was like, yes, my mother and Liz Taylor were best friends. And then Liz's, husband died, and my dad went over there to comfort her with his penis.
Yes. She had no censor. I loved Carrie Fisher.
I freaking loved her.
No fucks were given.
Nope, because sometimes I say things and I'm like, I can feel her go, atta girl, tell him, fuck him, tell him.
One of my favorite.
Go ahead, say it.
I've shared this with you before, but it bears repeating. I love it so much. I wasn't much of a fan of The Big Bang Theory, but one of my favorite moments is when James Earl Jones and Carrie Fisher both guest starred on an episode.
Yep.
And Sheldon befriends James Earl Jones, and they go on this crazy night of just fun. And he goes up, he takes Sheldon up to this random house door, and he's like, "What are we doing here?" Jones says, oh, this is Carrie Fisher's house. And she's kind of crazy. He knocks on the door, ding dong, ditches her, and runs off. He comes out with a baseball bat and a robe and says, "It's not funny anymore, James." And you hear off screen, you hear James Earl Jones says, "Then why am I still laughing?" And that was actually the first time they actually met in person.
Yes, it was amazing.
Carrie Fisher said when she first saw him, she throws her arms up, gives him a big hug, and says, "Daddy." Did you ever see the Halloween Town movies?
Yes.
It took me.
You didn't know that was her mother?
No, it took me.
Debbie Reynolds. I grew up knowing all about Debbie Reynolds. My mother loved Debbie Reynolds.
Singing in the Rain is one of my favorite movies, and I never realized that was her mother.
Good morning. Good morning. That's her. I sing that all the time. People are like, where did you learn that song? Really? You make me ashamed to be American. I swear to God. As if ever there was like a pure blood, like, this is what the American dream kind of looks like. That's the crew. That's it right there.
But she was great.
Yeah.
She was great in Blues Brothers as well.
And got that pleasure. So there you go.
She was just,
that was like outfit number 1. It's like, sure.
I remember they were honoring George Lucas, and she goes up. She's talking about, like, if you ever have a chance to become merchandise, she says, "Do it. It's great. My face is on everything."
Every time I look in the mirror, I gotta write George a check for a couple of bucks. But my daughter can twist off my head, lather up with Leia, and you could be a princess yourself. Like, it's just, I love her. She's like, and if I didn't sleep with you for that role, who the hell was that guy? Just like, I just love it. Nothing is off the table. I always say, like, my superpower is irreverence. Yeah. I do not pay homage to shit straight face. I can't. No, I gotta come at it sideways. Otherwise, it's just not me.
Mark Hamill was on the Graham Norton show once. And Graham asked him about, like, he said, you had the mother of all spoilers, with the Vader is your father thing. He's like, yeah. And he's like, he asked him, how did you keep it secret? And he says, 1, we didn't have the internet. And 2, we didn't tell Carrie Fisher.
We didn't tell Carrie. No.
He's like, if you wanted something known, you told telephone, tell a friend, tell a Carrie. And she had no censoring. I was not surprised that her and Harrison Ford had an affair when they were filming Star Wars.
Oh no, she was wild as could be.
Yeah, she was
wild. She was married to Paul Simon, that tiny from Simon and Garfunkel. She was married to him. She was with John Belushi for a while. She did movies with Tom Hanks and Jim Belushi in what you call it, The Man with One Red Shoe. She did Harry Met Sally with Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal. She's been in so many different types of movies. She played the nun in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
That's right.
She's the driving nun, and she's talking about, the rules of the road. And he's just like, he's trying to go down on her. I was like, bro, she wouldn't have had to say rules of the road. I just would have went for it. Like, I don't
George Carlin. You just put George Carlin in that scene in my brain. I hate you right now. I hate you.
Oh my God. Let me tell you something. I love those movies like I love nothing else. I mean, Chasing Amy, that was my jam because it was just so like Jersey life. That really was. It
Dogma.
Was so Jersey life.
Dogma is so irreverent.
I one line from there all the time. It's a lot easier to change an idea. I don't believe it, but I have a good idea. And that's where Chris Rock is like, yes, because he's just like, because you can change an idea. It's much harder to change a belief. And I didn't really understand that until I watched that movie.
Alan Rickman
me so much.
Alan Rickman as the Metatron. Holy
Good
crap.
God, what are you gonna do? Hit me with that fish? I was like, "Ah." But I mean, it was great. Jeannie Garofalo, where
Yeah.
she's like, no, you can't hate the Jews. We already killed Christ, so you gotta move on. Like basically, like gotta pick something else. And the one
It's
that's
just
like,
so-
oh,
it made
you
me
know,
realize, we need to
hilarious.
relax and laugh at our
Yes.
beliefs.
Yes.
And,
Yes. A lot of the time.
Kevin Smith has just gone so woke.
Yes, Kaiser.
Since
Yes.
his heart attack.
I
I
know.
loved the first 2 Clerks movies.
Mhm.
I hate the third one. It pissed me off what he did
Yeah.
to Dante.
I know.
That
know.
man deserves so much.
I didn't
better
love
than
the
he got.
second one.
You didn't like the
Like
second one?
no, but like I love Mallrats. I quote that one too all the
Yeah.
time. They're like,
Stanley's first cameo.
I want to do you someplace really uncomfortable, like the back of a Volkswagen. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what
That
are you
was
talking
Stanley's first cameo in a movie was, I think, Mallrats.
Mm-hmm. If I
Yeah.
don't like somebody, I'm like, I would love to give you chocolate covered pretzels right now. I really would. And they're just like, oh, you're so sweet. I'm like, not really.
Something I learned.
Not if
something I
you know
learned
the
recently.
reference.
Do you remember in Captain America: The First Avenger when he's supposed to come out to get the medal?
See you in a bit, Jacob.
Stanley leans over to a guy and says, "I thought he'd be taller."
Mm-hmm.
The guy he leans over to played Captain America in I think the 80s or 90s in a TV Captain America movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I did not know that.
Oh, there were all sorts of cameos in there. But like those movies were just so freaking awesome.
Hey,
They
thanks,
really
Jacob.
were.
Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for being here.
Bro, I've been bouncing all over the place all night. Like I
we all
got up
get
and I'm
drunk
like, go
'cause
to
I'm
this
all
one, go
out
to that one, go to that one.
Metatron. I say we all get drunk because I'm all out of ideas.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, you had Kevin Smith.
You humans, you think everybody's trying to get in your knickers. Like, yeah.
Sex seems like sex is a joke in heaven. Seems like it's a joke down here too. The faces
But
you
they
people
made
make.
you think of things. Like when he was talking about
Yes.
when Jesus was like little and he was like, but why? Just let it all not be true. And he was like, I wanted to make it not true for him because no little kid should have to deal with that.
Yes.
He didn't know, he shouldn't have had to carry that for everybody else. Wasn't fair. But the way he said it, I'd never pictured
Yes.
Jesus in that type of scenario where he's like, please, like, no. What do you mean I'm the son of God? I have to be sacrificed? So my whole life is going to be for nothing? Really? Like, just, I don't want it to be true. And I'm thinking, I'm looking at my kids in that place and I'm like, oh my God, what a horrible thing to put on a kid. And it just made me look at Jesus, not to get religious, but so differently. Because it was like, you know what? It could have been like that. Maybe he did feel that way.
Yes.
Maybe he was like, why me? But
well,
this
he
is so
asked.
unfair.
Remember, we know he felt that way because in the garden before the guards came and took him away, he said, "Lord, take this away from me."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You remember he was so
But then
stressed.
in the end, he said, forgive them. They know not what they do. Because they didn't know the enormity of what they were doing because they didn't believe. To them, he was just another shyster. He was another liar. He was something in the way of them getting where they needed to be.
The Roman guard said after when he died, truly this was the Son of God.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's like one of my favorite
thing. It's regret.
Yes.
That's what he left with these people. He was like, forgive them. They will punish themselves. And they did. That guilt stayed with all of us. We handed down to each other. Like, we didn't appreciate what we had. This person spent their life trying to make us better and then died for us, didn't even know us, but knew it would be generational, knew it would be millennia upon millennia of people that would be saved because they gave up their life. And you think of that and you're like, oh, what a great thing. But that person, Jesus himself, was still part man. Mm-hmm. And there had to be conflict in him. Like, no, I don't want to go. I don't want to do this for everybody. Like, what about me?
Yeah.
And
There's
that
a-
was the beauty of Jesus, because it wasn't about him. When he died, it was not about him. It was about everyone else.
There's a
That's what
show
was hard.
that surprisingly they're showing on the CW now. I think it's called The Gospels.
Mhm.
And the way they portrayed Jesus, it seems so real. It makes him look so real.
Relatable, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
there's sometimes where he jokes with people that he's cracking jokes. God himself with a sense of humor.
Yep.
It's like I grew up listening to this Christian comedian, and he was a gospel singer as well. The guy who he sang with the Gaither vocal band. Bill Gaither was the guy who wrote basically the hymnals that a lot of the He Touched Me, the Old Rugged Cross. These are songs. These are classic songs, and he'd had a vocal band, and the guy, he was a comedian who sang with him. He's talking about one night they would always get in a huddle and put their arms around each other and pray before a performance. And he said that Bill had a TV set up in their dressing room, so because he wanted to see this Walmart commercial of all things as they're praying.
Okay.
And
I'll play.
As they're praying, he's in the middle of the prayer. The commercial comes on.
Oh my goodness.
And the comedian's name, Mark Lowry, says, "Don't tell me God does not have a sense of humor." Because he's got his arms around Bill, and he feels Bill tense up. He's like, he's like, in the middle of the prayer, he starts stuttering. He's like, "God bless you, bye bye." So he told God to bless himself.
Yep.
It was.
But I mean, you hear me all the time when I'm in the middle of a podcast and I'm saying something and I'm just like, "Ooh." And I literally, if you could see me, I'm looking at my ceiling going, "Don't you dare. Don't you dare try to prove me wrong on that. I know you got a wicked sense of humor, but don't do it today. Do not do it to me, God. Don't do it." Because I know if I say something, he's going to be like, "Give me a second." And it's just like, no, I don't need that lesson today. Like, we're good. Or when I say something that I know is an obvious lie because I'm trying to be, false, and I'm just like, I'm sitting here leaning away from my microphone because I'm like, there's no way he's not hitting me with lightning over this one. I'm like, I'm getting electrocuted or something. Because I mean, I grew up, my grandmother always said, "See, God punished you." Everything. Because I would do something and she's like, and I think I got away with it, and then I'd like trip or something. She's, "See, God punished you." I'd be like, "Oh."
And I honestly,
grew up with that instant, consequences. It was like crap.
I think God sends our family to look in on us too. And I have
absolutely.
It's like I shared this with you too. I think the day before Hurricane Michael, I had a bad experience at my old church. It ended very badly, so I left. That was probably about 10 years ago now, 10, 15 years ago now. I'm walking into the grocery store, and I see the pastor in the checkout lane, and he waves at me, smile on his face, and the devil got to me because I'm like, I don't want to fucking talk to you. And I'm walking like 2 minutes later down the aisle with the cart, and I hear my grandmother, who's been dead since 2006, like she was standing behind my right ear. Like she grabbed my ear and she said, "Young man," and I hear this clear as day, "Young man, that's not very Christian-like."
Yep.
And I literally had to say it out loud, "Yes, ma'am." And
I've done that.
I left the cart and I ran out. He was loading his truck up with supplies. He's like, "Oh, hey, I didn't think you saw me." I'm like, "Pastor, honestly, I didn't want to talk to you.
I was avoiding you."
And he looked at me. He looked at me with knowingly and said, "I understand." But then we sat and talked. We stood there and talked for about 15, 20 minutes. And
because you weren't running from him, you were running from what could possibly be said.
Yes, and we had a great talk. He said, "Hey, come by the office, church office," but then everything went to the crapper the next day. Because
Go ahead.
Shelly, it's been 5 years. It was 5 years on the 10th this month that Hurricane Michael hit my town and nearly destroyed us.
Mhm.
And yesterday was 5 years since my aunt passed away.
Mhm.
And so it's like, and we're still hurting. People
May
think,
she
oh,
rest in peace.
yes, she was a loving Christian woman. I loved her dearly. She was country, as you call her, lived on the farm, the family farm. Loved her to death. And I wish I could have seen her
Mhm.
more, but it's about an hour drive to, people get involved in their own
Life
lives.
gets in the way. Yes,
Yeah.
life is busy.
And
Life is busy. We don't all live in the same building anymore. It was a lot easier. Like when I was younger, my whole family lived within 2 blocks of me.
mhm.
And yeah, everybody owned a building, and it was just the oldest was on the bottom floor, and then the next oldest, the next floor. The younger you were, the higher you went because the more stairs you had to climb. It was like, screw you, you're young. You could do a 4-story walk up. I can't. Like,
Yeah.
good for you. Be up there. At least you know I'm not coming up to see you. Like you go up there, and when you leave, I know when you come in, and I know when it serves everybody. But now everybody's spread out, and they go to different countries. It was never discussed in my family, me moving anywhere. Like
Yeah.
when I married my husband, I was living with my grandmother and my daughter with us. It was a 2-bedroom condo that we lived in. And I was like, listen, he proposed, I accepted. He's moving here. I'm getting married. She said, all right. I said, I need to, because she knew that once I make my mind up, there's no, you're talking to a brick wall. Because I am the stubborn child. But I said, well, I feel bad, because I have to move out. And she was like, who's moving out? I said, you don't know him. Oh, no, he's moving here. I'm keeping an eye on him. I don't know him. That's why he's moving here. I was like, all right. Like, I was fine with that. He was like, what do you mean we're going to live with your grandmother? He said, your grandmother's going to come live with us? No, bitch. You're going to live in her house. Like, you better learn that real quick.
Well, it's like
living in her house. He pays for everything. Her house. And
my grandmother
did
lived.
not sit well with him, but he also didn't want to get a job. So it was like, guess what? Like you can't have both. You can't have a life of leisure and pay the rent. Not unless you're rich, which he wasn't.
My grandmother lived.
He really didn't. He didn't like it, and she wanted him there because she said, "No, if something happens."
Mhm.
I want to be able to sound the alarm, and I want to be able. You stay here. I could kick him out at any time. You stay here. The baby stays here, and it was like, all right, and that was normal for me. He'd never heard of that ever. That was not something they did.
Mhm.
18, your parents kicked you out the door, and that was it. Well, his parents did, kicked you out the door, and it was like, here's $20. Good luck. Like that's it. In my family, you stayed until you inherited the house and you left it to your kids. So that's how it was. And it was such a different culture from him, from what he knew. He was like, I don't understand why you do that. I said, because to us, family is everything.
Yeah.
When you start loosening those bonds, people take in other people and more people and more people, and you become less important. You have less power as a family. And that's what happened. My whole family fell apart because the elderly, generations died.
Yes.
And the young ones wanted to go off and have adventures. And it was like, all right.
My mom's side of the family, we used to get together for Thanksgiving, Christmas, Mother's Day, because that was around my grandmother's birthday. Life
is full of assholes. It is, Kaiser. I agree.
But when she passed away, we spent maybe one or two Christmas after. Like, I had a cousin who was literally a month older than me. I've told you about this. A group of 5 or 6 cousins on my mom's side of the family back in 86, 87, all pregnant at the same time. We had our
that's a lot of belly room.
Yeah. We would have our family reunions every 2 years. But like you said, the older generation passed away. The generation that would put them together passed away, and so we stopped.
Yep.
All these cousins up in a row, including my mom, in order of delivery, and then 2 years later, same order, babies in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then my cousin, who I had two cousins that were so close to me and my brother's age, they were more like brothers to us.
Uh-huh.
I'm walking up one summer, walking up the driveway. My mom comes out to meet me. She says, Friday or Saturday, we're not having our family reunion. I think it's my aunt. She said, no, your cousin passed away. Drugs. They found him in his dad's mom's house, like he was sitting in a chair, and passed away in his sleep. He was a month older than me. I remember my senior year. He was a month older than me. My birthday was in September. His was in August. So that meant he was a year ahead of me in school. And he never let me forget that fact, Shelly. He'd always tease me about it. Because just my birthday was 3 weeks too late to be in the same grade as him.
Because it was a fun button to push.
Yes, he teased me. It was all in good fun.
You react so cute to things that set you off. I love it. I do.
It was all in good fun.
Poke.
And I remember my senior year, our band was hosting an invitational band competition, and they invite his high school from the neighboring town over, and I'm assigned to work with him. And I'm standing there by the bus talking to a group of girls, and I said, "Oh, do y'all know my cousin?" And I give them the name, and they literally start swooning, Shelly.
Oh God!
They're like, "Oh my God, he's so cute!" I'm like, yeah, that's my cousin. But like one of my earliest memories, and yes, I will get called country for this, Shelly, is right beside my aunt was their grandmother. And right beside her house was just a field, and they had hay bales. And I was probably 4 or 5. Him and his brother and my brother, they get up on the hay bale just fine, and I'm struggling. I'm trying. My little legs are trying to get up. I was short even back then, and I finally get up, and then my brother pushes me back down. Just like a big brother should. And I start crying, and they just start laughing, and I run back to my mom, jumping around, and like, Jason, my brother's being mean to me, 4-year-old. What do you expect? And it's just memories like that. And
he was 34. Don't listen to that shit.
I was 4. Shut up. Yeah, I cry. I'm man enough to cry. But it's just
you keep thinking that.
They were more like brothers. Our family was so close. The farm was one of my favorite places to go.
Of course.
Their mom she's what we used to do is we'd have our family reunion at like this little civic center or the pioneer settlement they have there. And then we'd go to her house because she had a pool and it was the middle of the summer. Then we'd have dinner. And it was a special time. I'd ride with her from the reunion to her house because it was a time it was just me and her, and she could ask me how my years were going, how school was going. Yeah. And even to this day, if we have an event, she'll say, "Hey, come jump in the truck. Let's go
ride with me. Let's go. We'll catch up.
I need some stuff from the store. Come jump in the truck with me and let's go get it, and we'll talk." And then his older brother, I was so angry. About a year after the hurricane, his older brother, my other cousin, overdosed as well. So
life is hard.
She lost both her sons to drugs.
Yep. Life is hard. It'll get you if it can. That's why you need a support network that believes in you. You need people you could go to and not be perfect with. Yeah. Somebody can say, "Look, I'm low right now. It's dangerous." And then understand you're not looking for attention. You're looking for help.
Yeah.
So many people, they love to go, "Oh, they're just looking for attention." Shut up. You don't know what it is to be low if you've never been there. It's the most impossible thing to crawl out of.
People scream into the void and they get silence in return.
Well, it's like sometimes the void screams back, and that's when it wins.
Yeah. It's like I remember I hearing the story. I think it was from Australia. This guy, his house is by a cliff, and he saved hundreds of people from jumping by just sitting there and offering them tea.
Yep.
And it's
To bring it
sometimes-
back,
Go ahead.
wait, but to bring it back to Star Wars, what would have happened if they would have shown Anakin the slightest bit of compassion?
Exactly.
If they would have just understood, we just ripped this boy from his mother. They spent their lives as slaves. So they have no identity of their own. Their only existence was each other. That was their constant in life. And you just ripped him away from his mother and told him, not only did we take you from her, we're going to return you to her because we don't want you.
Exactly.
So we let you go through that whole like traumatic thing, and we're going to punt you back as a failure because we're going to reject you.
Mm-hmm.
What does that say to a little kid who's standing in front of a room of all these like legendary, like, oh, you're a Jedi, and you know, something that they've been raised to look up to.
These were giants to the regular people. These were giants.
Royalty.
Exactly.
They were Jedi royalty.
It's like in Return of the Jedi when Chewie says to Han, you know, they're on the barge, and Chewie says like something in Wookiee about Luke being a Jedi, and Han's like, "Oh, I'm out of commission for a little while," and everyone starts having delusions of grandeur.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that you pointed out, like, remember when he's actually leaving, he runs back to his mother,
and he says, you know, basically he's scared. He don't want to go.
Exactly.
And she's like, but you have to go. This isn't the place for you. You know, it was breaking her heart, but she didn't want him to be a slave. She wanted him to do something with his life, to find happiness. She didn't want him to rule the freaking galaxy, but, you know, it was like, go find a nice woman, have some babies, you know, make a life. Everybody's looking for these huge things now. They're like, oh, I have to have, you know, the hottest thing, and I have to have the most money and the biggest house and the fanciest car. And but that's not what makes you happy in life.
No.
Find somebody who speaks to your soul, somebody who gives you a little bit of peace and a lot of happiness. Because if you can't find somebody that you could laugh with through all the hard times, you're not going to make it together or apart.
Anakin found that in Padme, and from all the loss he suffered, he was scared to death to lose it. And through his own actions, through his own fear, he lost it.
But they reinforced that fear.
Yeah. I mean,
that not only did they say, that's what it's good if you lose somebody. What? You're like, oh, it's good for you. You have to learn to let go. That is such a callous thing to say to somebody. Oh, just let it go.
Well, when you have
really, so okay, when your life falls apart, you have nothing. If I turn around to you and say, oh, you know what? It's not a big deal. Let it go. You'll be happier. Really? What are you going to say to me? You're going to think I'm the most unfeeling person in this world. When Yoda said that to him, when Yoda was like, no, you have to, you know, embrace it. They're one with the Force. And da-da-da-da. You want me to celebrate that somebody died? Are you kidding? Like, my mother, you want me to celebrate? Now, we all know, most of you out there who will listen to this and have met my mother, or you've heard me talk about my mother. I still don't want to lose her. Pain in the ass that she is, she's my mother. I will be devastated the moment that woman leaves this earth. I can't expect him, who adored his mother, who was loved by his mother, to not feel something 1,000 times stronger than that himself. Even as a character, I know I talk about him like a person, but for me, Star Wars, they were real to me. I could see them in the people around me. I could see them in myself. You know, I could see them in the stories I learned from, you know, church and from, because I went to Catholic school my whole freaking life, you know, so I knew how to draw the parallels. And it was the story of the Bible, just with different characters, different, you know, emphasis on different things. But it's always about light versus the dark. It's about, you know, the trials of man. It's about somebody all powerful having too much control that you're going to fall in step or you're going to rebel. There's no in between. There's no just living with it.
Another perfect example of the hypocrisy of the Jedi was Jedi Master on the council, his name was Kai-Adi Mundi, who had 5 wives and 7 children.
The hypocrisy, I'm telling you.
He was that one with the big kind of almost cone head kind of look.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
and in the expanded universe, Luke sees what Anakin went through with his fear of loss and the Jedi's
Mhm.
view of it. And he realized my new order cannot have that same restriction on marriage and relationships. But then when you have the Luke Skywalker and Mandalorian, okay, choose Grogu, Jedi or
Mhm.
Mandalorian. You can't pick which.
That broke my heart when he did that. I was
Yeah.
like, why would you make him do that? Why? You have you need the resources, number one. Number two, he should not have to make the choice. That's what destroyed your father, man. That's
Yeah.
what took you all down this path. You had to fight your father. You had to watch him die in front of you because somebody came along and said, you know what? You have to choose. I'll help you, but you got to give up everything that you've worked your whole life for in order to keep the love of your life and your children safe. And it's terrible. It really is. It's absolutely terrible to me.
Do you realize Anakin was willing to leave the order for Padme, but she did not want to see him ostracized like he would have been. And he would have lost everything that he had spent 10, 15 years working for.
Mhm.
And she did not want to be the reason for him to do that.
I know. Anakin was so
Excuse me.
I think he was so used to being loved by his mother that when she was gone, he needed that void replaced. That's not something you can live with. Once you're loved, truly loved as yourself, when you lose that, you're searching the rest of your life for something like that.
Disney, right? You're
right.
right.
To tell him that was wrong, when that was all he knew, they didn't explain that there were other alternatives. They just put down the rules and that's it. And the same rules, they affect different people different ways. I would almost say he needs an IEP because he did. He needed a caveat because he wasn't taken as a baby. So you have to make a little allowance for that. He already had an established relationship.
Well,
he had already done that.
If Qui-Gon had trained him, it would have been completely different. Qui-Gon could.
Yep, Kaiser, you're not wrong. He said, why did he give Grogu that choice? Because Disney writers are shit. They're lazy.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're so lazy. They don't know the story.
Qui-Gon was able to bend the rules. He could see when they needed to be bent, not broken, but he could see the special circumstances in Anakin.
But he knew the Jedis didn't have power for shit.
Obi-Wan.
What are they going to keep me on? They kept him off the council. Big freaking deal. He was like, I didn't want to be on the council to begin with. Them. They can't kick me out. If they do, that they lose me. I don't lose anything.
Obi-Wan was too rigid.
What I'm doing.
Obi-Wan was too rigid of a Jedi, I think, to be a good teacher for Anakin.
Obi-Wan was rejected as a child and almost went to the agricultural team because nobody wanted to teach him. So he grew up with an inferiority complex, which meant he was going to have to get approval from everybody in order to be valid as a person. He could not validate himself.
If I remember right, Obi-Wan was Qui-Gon's second Padawan. I can't remember how. I think
Qui-Gon wasn't going to take another one because I think he lost the other one to
on a mission or something.
Gray or whatever. No, but I think his other one had become a gray Jedi, outright.
Okay. But
I could be remembering it wrong. It's a lot of lore. But it was a bad thing with his ex-Padawan because they were like, the Jedis, this is crap. This is absolute crap what these people are teaching. This is not the way of it. This is not the way of the Force. This is the Jedi way. It's not the way of the Force. And that's what nobody had the balls to make the distinction. The Force is it's in and of itself a living, breathing thing that exists in everything.
Yes, Qui-Gon believed in the living Force. There was another term for another view of the Force that I cannot remember at the time.
Yes, but the Jedi and the Sith, they chose to feed either what they considered the light side or they considered the dark side. the Emperor, did he really have like the worst of intentions, or did he just want power and he was willing to like subjugate nations to it? That's what politicians do. That's what governments do. That's why they go into that arena. You know, like, but the Jedi were no better. They're like, oh, we're the peacekeepers. Really? Because you just went in and killed a whole bunch of people. Like,
The Jedi were not. You know what?
No,
Thinking about it,
were
Jedi were
enforcers.
not peacekeepers. They were religious
They were
zealots.
mercenaries. Okay, let's call a spade a spade. They were mercenaries for hire.
Yeah, there
They
were
worked
times.
for the government to get you to do what you're supposed to do according to the government.
There were times where the Jedi would actually go on religious crusades and exterminate other force wielding sects in the galaxy.
Yep, because they didn't agree. So how is that different from a Sith?
Mm-hmm.
How? And that the Sith, there's only supposed to be two, which we know that's crap too. But that whole rule of two, you know, when Yoda says it, always a master and an apprentice, never more, never less. And then you come along and you're like, oh, he had his apprentice, but then he had like 18 apprentices in the wings because
when Yoda said that, when Yoda said that, they just killed Darth Maul, but Darth Plagueis had just died as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then you find out like all of these are all his apprentices. I mean, he's just got so many people just waiting as backup.
Yeah.
Because, you know, he was like, I'm air and a spare. No, I need air and a football team. Like, what are you kidding? Now I need an army. So it's just, it was so confusing to find out who did what because they were all so duplicitous. Because you couldn't be honest in your life in that universe. You had to be one thing up front and then do other things behind the scenes.
It's like, why in God's name would you decide to make a 16-year-old girl the head of a nation?
Right?
You can't just let her be a kid for a while? And that's
hey, look at Leia when she was what, 6 or 7 when she had to take on her government duties.
It's like,
I'm sorry, I'm not trusting a 7-year-old with the fate of my nation. Like, it's just not going to happen. Although, how much worse could they do?
That's what we saw Anakin, you know, on Tatooine. He was playful. He was a kid. Yes, he had responsibilities, but there were times where, like, you see all his friends like teasing him about the pod racer.
Yep.
You saw him be a little kid, you know, the little kid who was like, yippee, I get to go home.
Age gives you a different perspective, though, because if you look at A New Hope, you look at how Uncle Owen treated him. And at the time, we were all like, he's so mean, holding him back. He's just using that kid, you know, to have free labor. And then I had kids and I went back and I watched it with my daughter and I was like, holy shit. He loved Luke. He didn't want him to become his father.
You see that play out a little bit more in
and he was willing to have the kid hate him.
Yes.
To keep him safe. That is a parent. When you sacrifice that to keep your child safe, that is what it is to be a parent to somebody, to make the hard decision. And he did that. And it wasn't even his kid. Aunt Beru, she loved him from the moment she saw him. You saw it in her face. Oh my God, this is my baby. It didn't matter that was her nephew through like some weird marriage, like marriage upon marriage. It wasn't even like one marriage. It was marriage. So, I mean, they were
that's right. Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru were not blood.
No, they weren't blood at all. And they took him in and they protected him as best they could. I'm sure they could have had a better life if they didn't have another mouth to feed.
Uncle Owen
got another
looked an inquisitor in the eye and stood his ground.
Yep.
Because that's what I like about Obi-Wan.
Steel Uncle Owen had.
You saw how Uncle Owen was so viciously protective of Luke to the point where he told
Obi-Wan back the fuck down.
He told Obi-Wan to fuck off.
Yep.
Stop coming by.
Yep. See?
Owen Absolutely. And Lars' conversation in New Hope when Owen says he's afraid that Luke was too much like his father. Yeah.
Aunt Beru said that. She goes, you know, there's too much of his father in him. And he said, that's what I'm afraid of. That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
And he was like, it's all right. He can go to the academy next year. And you knew he was going to keep putting it off and putting it off and putting it off until the kid just left.
My question is,
how many times I could just leave?
How many times had Uncle Owen said that over the last few years before?
Yep.
I'm wondering that.
Yep. How many times he put him off when all his friends, like even Baru said, she said all his friends have gone.
Yeah.
And he looked at her like, so that's where my grandmother would have been like, all his friends jump off the Brooklyn Bridge. He's supposed to as well. Like, am I supposed to let him do that?
My mom would have said the same thing.
Yeah, because that was the premise. It was Owen was like, no, I love you. You are, for all intents and purposes, my son. I raised you. I put myself in mortal danger over and over and over for you. And they're not going to take you from me. And you can hate me all you want, but I'm going to put everything I have into keeping you safe. He died for it.
I would have loved to see the scene like when the stormtroopers first arrived at the farm.
Yeah,
and I bet you they interrogated them to no end, and I bet you Lars was just like the middle finger.
Well, but you see their positioning on the stone at the steps. The one is crawling out, which had to be Baru, but they had another one on his back, on the slab, like on the side of the steps, with his hand, like his arms were raised, and he had his mouth open, like in a scream. But that's how they tortured them. Like they went after him. I guarantee they didn't go after her. They just kind of like blew up the house, and she came out all like on fire. But that's the way it looked anyway to me. Mm-hmm. But yeah, for him, there's no way they didn't try to get that information out of him. And that's why he died so horrifically. Because there was no way they were going to give them that they were going to give Luke up. There was no way.
I mean,
absolutely none.
The way they die is so unique in the entirety of Star Wars.
Yes, it's the most brutal thing I've ever seen in my life. It devastated me in the theaters.
When you see when everyone else dies, it's just a little shot and little boom.
No blood, no nothing. They and that's it.
Burned alive.
They go down. But they were juicy. Like it was like, oh, and I felt bad enough when the Jawas died and they were just picking them up and throwing them on the, like the funeral pyre. But when I saw them, I cried so hard. My father didn't know what to do. He was like, calm down. But when he said I have to leave, then Kaiser chimes in. But you got to bring in the religion and everything else. But seeing how they died, the grotesqueness of their death was so different than anything else that I had ever seen, even after that in Star Wars, that always it jumped out at me. Because it was like, but why? Why did they die so brutally? Why did they show us this? And later when I had kids, I realized it was to show you the depths of sacrifice and pain you will go to protect your child. And that's what they did. That they were trying to say they were not the people you thought they were. Like that was the Easter egg that you didn't come to unless you grew up with it. Like you saw them and you're like, he was so mean to Luke. He was so, he wouldn't listen to him, because you're thinking of it like a kid. And then when you reach adulthood and you're like, oh my God, this man put up with this child's mouth all this time, all this attitude, because he loved him so much. And that was the only way he was going to do it, because niceness was not going to keep him. He had to put his foot down. I have a very hard time with that, by the way. I'm the softie. I would have been Aunt Baru going, oh, go ahead, let him go. Let him do this.
You the softie?
I am. When it comes to my kids, I am totally the softie, which is why I fight with my son so much, because I don't have that ability to put my foot down and him take it seriously. Because I'm mom. I love unconditionally. I kiss all the boo-boos. I will fight off every bully.
It sounds like me.
For
and
me
the
to
kids.
fight him, it's weird for him. He's just like, you're not gonna come down on me.
Like
I was able to get away with all these things my whole life. You've always protected me. I'm not afraid of you. And he's not afraid of me. Yeah. No, well, I mean, they're not your kids, and
I know. I'm just kidding.
they feel like yours. Believe me, by the end of the year, you're so invested in these kids. You're like, I need summer break so that I could just, I can detach, like, because I need to be me again. Because you worry about them, you watch them, their quirks. It's very profound when you have to learn how a special needs kid works, because you're getting in their head, you're learning everything about them. You probably know more about your students than you know about most of your family members. I'm going to be quite honest, because you look at family, you could leave family with their own. You'd be like, you just a cousin. Go over there until you feel better. Like, that's it. But these kids need you.
Yeah.
You're there for them. You're their protection. You're their teacher. You're their guidance. You're their only safety in a place that terrifies them.
It's like we have
constantly overloads them.
We have one kid who has horrible eyesight. Like, his glasses are like a 1/4 inch thick, and he hates wearing them. And he comes in after breakfast one day. He's just, when he's upset, he puts his hoodie over his head and he just sits there and starts crying because one of his buddies made fun of his glasses. And I looked at him, I went and checked on him. I said, "Hey, buddy, if anyone says anything, come to me, okay?" Because I knew that, because I was about his age. I was in the summer between my 7th and 8th grade year it was the summer before my 7th grade year that I got glasses and braces in like 2 months of each other. So I know, I know, buddy. And I'm like, buddy, God, I know that pain.
You grab that social lubricant. I was going to say sexual lubricant. Can't. Oh, Lord. Sorry, Jacob. Grab one, then the other. No, it's hard. It's hard when you're bullied and then you see it happen to these kids and you're like, oh, no, not on my watch. No. And that's the mark of a good teacher, when you can relate to your kids. Your kids you don't make them relate to you like what they're doing now. You relate to your kids. Like, if you have a bunch of kids, and I'm going to take this off the rail, you have a bunch of kids that are like, I'm a boy, but I feel like a girl. Be like, all right, we're going to feel like a girl for the day. How does a girl feel? Not so different than you, huh? Like, what's so different? All right, tell me what's so different. Girls like cats. Are there any boys that like cats? I like cats. Okay, so that's not just for girls. It's for girls and boys. Give me the next one. Give me the next one. Oh, look, we're all the same. The only thing is, biologically, we were born a certain way. And as you get older, you're going to change and you'll figure out the ways that you're different. But right now, you're little and you're all the same. You get to play and you get to pretend. But that's not what reality is. Like, it has to be explained to them. Playtime is playtime. It is not forever time. You are going to play different games throughout your life. How many of us played, hide and seek? And you're standing there like, I'm invisible. Are you really invisible? No, you have a curtain in front of you. But it's just like, all right, somebody on the other side is playing along because maybe they don't want to find you right away. They see your feet. They're like, I'm going to let them sweat it out. That's a game you play then. You move on to something else, like, tag. Okay, now we're chasing each other. You move on to, like when you're older, a little bit of flirting, which is kind of like tag. You throw something out there and you're it. Yeah, I'm waiting. Same thing with hide and seek. You stand there, you're just like, you don't engage, but you hope they see you. So it's like all the things flip. And that's what you bring through. You don't stay in one game your whole life. It's going to change. Your mind is going to change. Your beliefs are going to change. You're going to have different ideas. You're going to want to climb a tree one day and get your nails done the next. That's fine. It doesn't mean you're one thing or the other. You are who you are. Stop trying to put a label on everything. Just let the phases go through so that maybe it's an understanding of the opposite sex that they're looking for, and it's being misconstrued as, oh, I want to be the opposite sex. Maybe they just want a connection with another gender, since we've made them so different, because God forbid you all live together.
Since we've made so many.
Guys are teaching Trump-based wisdom. That's what I do,
like,
baby.
Last week I had one of my best moments working with these kids.
Yeah.
last week we were making up some work, and I was working with one of our kids in science class,
Mm-hmm.
and we had a replication and repetition. No, it was our experiment quiz that we were and he was making it up, and I was sitting there working with him, and we were getting to questions about replication and repetition when it comes to experiments. And it clicks in my head. Replication is just a fancy word for copying.
Yeah, of course it is.
And repetition is just doing it over and over again.
Practice. That's what we used to call practice. Practice makes perfect.
And I explained it to him. And I think I saw a light bulb go off in his head.
Oh, that's an awesome moment. I'm so happy for you.
And
those are the best.
We get done with the test, and he made an 80 on it.
Oh, and most likely because he had an IEP, that's 100 for him.
Yes, we got confused on 2 questions, and because the teacher had it set up, you could take it like 3 or 4 times, and he was so happy, and the teacher was so happy. I'm like,
of course, it's an achievement. Achievements need to be celebrated. We don't celebrate achievements anymore. We just celebrate existing.
I always
try a stagnation of its own. Do you know what I think of when people say, "Oh no, they feel some way and that's what they are"? You are stopping that child's ability to ever move forward. Mm-hmm. You are making them stagnant. And anytime you say stagnant to me, I think of water. Now, would you rather be a stagnant barrel of rainwater out in the yard that's been sitting there for 10 years, has tons of stuff growing in it, tons of dirt, tons of crap. It's not useful. It's not fresh, and it's ugly. It smells, and you just want to be rid of it. It's disgusting. Or do you want to be the creek that never stops, the creek that's ever changing, and it feeds a host of animals, and it's a beautiful sight, and it feeds the soul? Which one would you rather be? Would you rather be useless and stuck in one place full of algae and dead bugs? Or do you want to be some beautiful babbling brook that's bringing joy to animals and people and whatever, and having a life that's always changing, but it's always fulfilling? It's always there. It's always going someplace.
And I think
it never doubles back and goes, "Oh, I regret not hitting that rock." No. "Oh, I missed that rock. Oh, well, on to the next." Like, water doesn't just sit there and go, "Oh yeah, I'm just going to sit here and be nothing. I have no purpose." Water is life.
We're trying to
continue like that.
We're trying to teach them like social cues and social norms as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's like one thing I do. I'm trying to teach them not to run in the halls. So what I do is when I see them running, I'm just say, "Hey, come back," and I'll say, I'll give them a point to go to, like to a door or nearby door.
Mm-hmm.
Say, "Hey, go touch that door." And they'll go and touch it. I said, "Now walk. Now walk for me." We can't run. It's like we had one boy. He was touching people a little inappropriately. He's like part of his autism. And I sat down. I said, "Buddy, we can't do that. You could get in serious trouble, okay?"
Uh-huh.
And I explained to him, I gave him a little punishment because I used to let him go sit with his friends during lunch. I said, "Until we can learn not to do this." And I said we. I never say you or I. I always say we, because I want them to know we're a team.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Until we learn not to do this, I'm going to need you to come sit with everyone else, okay?" And he hasn't had a problem yet, but he hasn't had a problem since, and that's about a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still learning how to interact with the kids. Like my teacher, she's very
You're always going to have a learning curve.
Yeah,
I've been doing this for over 10 years, and it's always a learning curve.
Well, my teacher, she always uses few words as possible, like 2 words at the most. Like say their name and then say what you want them to do. And I'm always like, "Hey, can you do this for me?" I'm like, "That's too much." She's like, "That's too much. That's too much." Like, "Oh, okay, you're right. You're right." It's just a habit I'm having to get into. But like I said, you talk.
You also have to have your style. Or don't don't adopt anybody else's style because it might not work for you.
Yeah, it's a good point. Like you were talking about relating to the kids. I see myself like when I was their age and I had issues when I was young in elementary school. I see a lot of that in some of these kids. I see a lot of what I went through. And that's what I told them. They asked me in the interview, what makes you think you could handle kids like this? I said, I can just, or what would, like, what experience do you have dealing with autistic? I said, none. But I remember what was done to help me because I was like these kids. And my teacher said, she's like, that's what got you the job. But they're
you're not out to fix them. You're out to understand them and make life a little smoother for them.
Yeah.
To bring out the best of them that you can because you know it's there. All you want them to do is like march toward their potential. You don't expect them to be perfect.
No.
You can't. If you go into any relationship with any child thinking that you're going to have a perfect child, you're going to be a very disappointed adult. Because you're an adult. You're not perfect. So why would you expect that of them?
Yeah.
Like never expect more from them than you expect from yourself. You know, like certain people always say, you know, you got to lead by example. Well, if your example is perfect, okay, how are they supposed to live up to that? How do you achieve that? You say, no, well, this is the best scenario. This is the best thing I could do. This is the way I would do it. You might have your own way of doing it, but this is where I want it. This is what I have to do to get here. And then they can figure out what works for them and what doesn't. And you can suggest things like that whole 1-2 word thing. That doesn't work for me. It never worked for me because it's too cold. And I feel like I'm giving orders and I'm not trying to order these kids around. You know, I want them to come to school and want to learn. I don't want them to feel like they're being oppressed or they're feeling, you know, controlled or whatever. When you're little like that, you don't have a lot of control. So if you're a teacher who can give them an option of control, you got that kid in your pocket. They could, I don't want to do it. Okay, so here's the choices. You can either do this now, knock it out the park, and we can go do something fun for 5 minutes. Or we can sit here and argue about it, and then you have to take it home and argue with your parents who are going to make you do it, and you're not going to get any fun time. So you have those two options. That's the only options you have. Which one do you think is the better one?
There was one day
decisions. Come on.
There was one day a few months ago where you had one of our boys who he's prone to outbursts, and he made a comic. During free time earlier that day, he made a little comic, and he wanted to share it with everybody. But of course, the teacher said we don't have time and her thought was like, no one really cares. You know, is what she told me, which I thought was a little callous. But we honestly didn't have time. So we change classes. And
I hate when they do that, but go ahead.
We changed classes, and he's just getting upset. No one wanted to read my comic. So I leaned down to him. You know, I always try to get on their level. I said, buddy, I'm like, hey, we need to do this. He's like, no, I want to see something. I said, hey, how about if you do your work while you're doing your work, I'll go read your comic for you.
That's all.
Yeah. And he's like, okay. So I was able to calm him down, get him to do his work, and give him what he wanted. Because what I did is I went and I followed through. I sat behind him. I had a chair against the wall so I could see everybody. His back was to me. I read it. A few minutes later, I went back, sat in. I was just, hey, I really like this. That was good. That was great. And he calmed down and did his work.
Yeah. It was something that he was proud of. How dare she not give 30 seconds or something to something this kid was proud of?
Yeah.
Special needs kids, especially, they already feel like they're on, you know, they're starting on their back foot. They're not like everybody else. They're not getting it the way everybody else. They're yelling, why is everybody looking at me? Why is everybody talking about me? What, like, I'm going to destroy this. And it escalates so quickly. When all you had to do is say, oh my God, you wrote a comic? Guys, he wrote a comic. Oh my God, I'm so excited. This is so good. You completed it. I'm so proud of you. And then just tell me a little bit of what it's about. And, you know, you can even set a timer. I used to do that for my kids all the time. The ones that would like talk for 8 hours straight about Minecraft, I'd be like, listen, okay, you want to talk about it? Because you did all your work, I'm going to give you 1 minute. I'm setting the timer. You get as much out as you can, and we're all going to listen and we're all going to pay attention. It's 1 minute. You are taking 1 minute out of a day to give to a kid who, to this, it's going to make his whole year, maybe. You don't know. This could be the thing that makes him want to come to school tomorrow and the next day and the next day. You know, make him want to do another comic, make him want to write another essay.
Hold on,
don't
Shelly.
encourage.
Hold on, Shelly. Jacob, I'm going to jump through this computer. I swear to God. You son of a mother puss bucket. Did you read this, Shelly?
I don't speak your language. I'm not from your country.
He says, nerds, get on their level. I heard from Shelly you're Ben Shapiro size. How far down do you need to lean?
He has to lean on his tiptoes. So anyway.
Ben Shapiro's like 5'8", 5'9".
He aspires to be that tall. Nerd is my height. He's 5'3". He got filtered through some sheets. Some of his height got lost somewhere.
But like yesterday, we had some free time. It was Fun Friday. She's very our teacher is very lenient on Fridays with work.
Anyway, go ahead. What?
And hold on, I'm having a bad call. Been at this for like almost 4 hours. Well, one of our kids takes these little colored blocks we have and makes a creeper face, a Minecraft creeper face that he's super proud of. And she's like, okay, we'll show that to the next class. And one of our other kids picks it up off the table and drops it. He didn't mean to. He drops it and it shatters on the ground.
Yep.
And he's just so heartbroken. Once again, he goes, hides in his pullover, and the other kid, he tried to put it back together the way it was, and he went over and kind of like kept nudging him, like, here,
yeah,
I'm sorry. And I had to say, buddy, he's a little upset. Thank you for trying to fix it, but let's set it back here over on the table and let him calm down a little bit. It was super nice that he wanted to do it, but he wasn't gonna. The other kid was not gonna respond to that.
Yeah, no, he wasn't gonna bend. He was in his feelings.
Yeah,
that was it. Yeah, he was in the moment, and it's just like then he was stuck there for a while. It's hard to reset them from that. You have to be super, super gentle about it, and you have to be a little silly sometimes. I always found that being goofy around the kids that always sidetracked them, because they'd be like, what is this bitch up to? And they'd be like looking like, oh, she's funny. They'd be like, she's fun. But it would get their mind off things, and I'd be able to say, hey, come here. I saw that thing that you made. That was amazing. But not everything, like some things are temporary. You're going to make an even better one next time. You watch, you're going to make an even better one, and you're going to keep getting better and better and better. And then they're like, all right. And the next time, you call me right over and I'll look at it right away. But it was partially the teacher too. She should have looked at it then. She should have let him, because things happen.
Yeah.
That's one of those teachers that's all about, oh no, we have only so much, academic time. Listen, you take off time to do the stupidest shit. You could take time off of a lesson to, be there for a kid, to make them more confident. Because those moments don't come around that often for them. Achievements are very, very hard to come by for them.
Yeah.
So you have to celebrate every single one of them. Otherwise, you're not giving them anything to motivate them to do it again. There's no incentive.
It's like I've taken the students to the library a few times now, and I really like it because I get to see what they're interested in, and it gives me.
That's right, Geyser. Good.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I mean, I've seen like guys take down like guys that are like a foot taller, 100 pounds on them. It's all training. It's just training. But taking them to the library allows me to kind of see into what they like, and it gives me kind of a new tool to kind of
Mhm.
talk with them. I mean, there are some that are just like, shut up, I don't care. Don't talk to me. Like,
Mhm.
whatever. But
Those are paycheck teachers. I don't like paycheck teachers. They're just there for the paycheck. It's not a calling for them. It's not something that means a lot to them. They're like, I went to school for the. You don't know shit. Sit down. Like, because I've
I
gone
have had
head with
teachers. I have had teachers in their first year who know the subject backwards and forwards, but one, they don't know how to teach it, and two, they don't know how to interact with students.
Nope, they don't know how to talk to kids.
I had a band teacher
And like very authoritarian, and it's like, okay, you can be both those things in a subtler way.
I had a band teacher in high school. First year the year before he was doing his internship. He was supposed to come in as our assistant band director, but there were some issues where they had to let go the other band director, and they brought him in, and I had issues with him from day one.
You never.
I was a special needs kid,
Mm-hmm.
and he could not see it. All he saw was a kid embarrassing his program.
Yep.
He kicked me out. Band was my thing. You had football players, you had soccer players, you had tennis players, and then you had me as a band kid.
Mm-hmm.
There were days, Shelly, if we had our football stadium was right beside our high school. It was the football stadium for all the schools. We have 4 high schools in my town. And there were days I'd stay there all afternoon. I wouldn't go home. I'd hang out in the band room or hang out in the courtyard and play, hang out with my friends. And he took that away from me to the point where I wanted to end it. Luckily, I had a dear friend, and this man is still a dear friend of mine. He was the principal at one of the other schools. He was my Sunday school teacher in 10th grade.
Mm-hmm.
The school was full. It was overcrowded. So my parents had to go to the superintendent to get permission. And he wrote a letter of recommendation stating how he felt that the best place for me would to be under his gaze, under getting the help. And the day I come and get my schedule, he walks into the guidance office, puts his hands on my shoulder, and says, "We don't pull the crap you did at the other school here. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir." And then the summer of the our Chinese visitor, I should say, I was working at our local news station, and he for 20 years he was our school superintendent. He just recently retired a few months ago. At the time, he would come and give updates about what the schools were doing in response every day. And he walks into the studio and sees me, and he's kind of shocked. He's like, I'm miking him up, and he says, "How long have you been working here?" And I was like, "Oh, about a month now, a month or two." And he's like, "Oh, okay, cool." So he does his interview, and I go to grab his mic, get the mic off of him, and as I'm doing it, he pulls me into a hug. He's like, "I am so proud of you." And this is a man who saw me at my lowest, who saved my life.
It's okay, nerd. It's okay.
And he was actually it was because of him I was able to get this job at the school. Because in his final months as superintendent, he was able to say, I know this person at this school needs this. Go interview here, or go talk to this person. And I've had people say, "Oh, we don't like him." I'm like, here's what he did for me. That's okay if you don't like him, but don't you dare badmouth him. I will go all Haggard on your ass if you badmouth this man in front of me. You know how Haggard started, like Dursley, shut your fucking mouth about Dumbledore in front of me. I just tried to I tried to show my niece that the first Harry Potter movie, and we made it about 20 minutes before she got bored. But
no, but I mean, I get that. That's look at Rackets. All right, that's always going to be my go-to for that kind of example. He changed my life. He absolutely changed my life in ways he didn't know at first, and then later, when I hit my absolute low, he's the one that I was talking to. I'm just talking into the void. I was just sending him texts. He didn't answer them or anything, but he would always bring something up related to them in his next show. So like I knew he was reading them, but he wasn't answering me because he didn't know me from a hole in the wall. And I just got what that phrase stands for. Fuck my life. Really? Anyway, yeah, there was no difference between me and a glory hole. Like
it took me a second. It took me a second. Not gonna lie,
I literally, I've been saying that thing all my life, and it literally just clicked what that meant. Oh my god. Anyway, moving on. Moving on. No, he didn't know
the
me.
Impact he has had.
Yeah, but he didn't know me, and he brought it up to make sure he got that message to me, which told me he's reading it. And then one day I'd been talking in Instagram like at him for days because I had nobody else to talk to. I was so low. And I was done. I was done. I had the plan. Everything was set up. And out of nowhere, he was like, I look forward to these every day. And I was like, what? I was like, oh my God, hi. And he was like, just listen. He was like, whatever you're thinking, stop that right now. How dare you? How dare you think that you're not worth, anything to anybody else? How dare you not think you affect other people's lives? And he read me the riot act in the nicest way possible for Rackets. But, he was like, da, 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 da. And I was thoroughly chastised. I was, because he made me feel like I was being selfish. And that had never dawned on me. It didn't matter how many people said it. It didn't get through until he said it the way he did. And I literally never, I put everything away and I was like, I can't. And every time I got to that place, I would think, remember, he told you you're being a selfish bitch. Stop it. Like, this is not who you are. Mm-hmm. And I would go and I'd text him and be like, I had a low day. And girl, you're loved, right? You're loved. Girl, don't do this. You're my chromie homie. Don't do this shit to me. And I'd be like, oh, okay. But he would always come back at me with something that I could hold on to and just keep my head above water. And I don't care what people say about him. I don't care the things that fly out of his mouth. Because even I text him and go, really? Like, really? That was really? Come on. And he's like, I know. But he's not apologetic about the things he says because he feels them in that moment. Does he reflect on them and change his mind? Sure. Do people allow him to change his mind? No. Because apparently he's different than every other human on the planet. And he's not allowed to make mistakes or like misspeak or, think one thing and then be convinced of something else and change his mind. That's not allowed for Nick. Nick is this and that's it. You have to, how dare you step out of your box that I put you in? But I'm very loyal to him. I know he has flaws. He's got tons of flaws, but I don't care. He's a good person. And in my estimation, I've seen the good in him. I've seen him do good and take the time. He didn't have to. He could have just ignored everything I ever said. But something told him, no, reach out and tell her she's worth something.
I've sent Nick messages and not getting an answer. I've sent him maybe 3 since getting this job. I sent him 2 super chats, which he was very responsive and grateful for. But he does not know the impact he's had on me because I've shared the story I shared on Gary's show that one time. Mm-hmm. And being low as I was at the time, stumbling on Nick and seeing someone, with the Vic case and, then coming on to the Johnny Depp trial, fight for someone who was going through something like I did.
Mhm.
I emailed Vic because I found him right at the start of the Vic case,
Mhm.
right after the story broke with Vic is when I found him. So I emailed Vic, and
Oh, Jacob. Jacob said he still appreciates the hell out of you for revealing that, for sharing that.
it's stories that need to be told. Men, see, I don't like this idea. This is one of the things I disagree with Nick on. That men have to be so stoic.
He doesn't really he doesn't mean that the way people interpret that.
Okay.
He means for the majority of things, yes, a man should be strong. They should be stoic. They have their group that they could be non-stoic with. But you don't do it like when I cry, he goes, "All right, Jordan Peterson, stop it."
I mean, there's
But he always calls me that. But he says there's nothing wrong with crying, but don't let the people who are trying to hurt you see that
Yeah.
they've hurt you. There's a time and a place. Don't just break down into tears. You're tougher than that. And if you can't be tougher than that, fucking fake it. Fake it. Do not give them the satisfaction of knowing that they got to you. You can't fight the internet. What the worst thing that you could do is try to fight. He always says that, and then he wants to be and he's like, "Fuck my life." I'm like, "No, well, you told me, yeah, well, you shush."
Shut down Discord. You're roboting. Do you have Discord open? Shelly, you still there?
I don't know what's wrong with my stream.
Oh, yeah, you're roboting bad.
God damn.
Uh-oh. Say something else. The AI's memory is full. We need to reboot the Shelly AI. But, I was at okay, I lost her. Ooh, hopefully she's rebooting. She'll be back. But, I hope Nick realizes that the thing that he's done has impacted so many people. Or hurry up, upgrade her a little bit. Winning, jeez. Nick has brought such a community together. He's made people realize you're not alone, because that's how I felt. I felt, hopeless when I was going through all that, and then finding Nick and Ty, who I'd love to shake that man's hand, fighting like they were. It didn't work out the way they wanted. But it showed people like me who were going through things like that, like what Vic was going through. Showed us we're not alone. Showed us that there are people who will fight for you, who will stand beside you, who won't let the people get away with the lies. And that's what Nick's. That's why I'm loyal to Nick. I don't have that personal connection like Shelly, but that's okay. There's only so much time in the day. It doesn't bother me. I've messaged Nick a few times, only gotten one response. That's fine. It's perfectly okay. I've learned Nick inspired me to do this. Nick inspired me to put myself out here. And if I don't get 100,000 followers and able to quit my job and support a family of 7 7 rackets. That's fine. You know, it's fine. I know. Whoa, that's going deep, Jacob. Mind blown. Mind blown. And there's not, I don't agree with Nick on everything. I don't agree with him on his views of teachers. I don't agree with his views on cops. But that's fine. People, we need to be allowed to disagree. That's one thing that a lot of people don't. Yes, the Lorax. I've talked to Jeff a few times. I talked to Joe, which Joe is so fascinating. He's so cool. I wish I could talk to him more. I asked him about sitting shivets, I think it's called. Yes, we're all little Nick drones. Oh, that's okay. Okay, so everything, as long as it gets fixed, everything's good to sit. Yeah, sitting Shiva, because I remember there was in Babylon 5 in season 1, one of the main characters, she's a Russian Orthodox Jew. Her father dies, and they sit Shiva. And I asked him about, like, how close is that? I explained to him how they portray it, and he gave this amazing, like, explanation and personal examples from his experience and his I think he said it's his aunt's experience, and it was just fascinating. And really, Joe is just just really interesting guy to listen to and talk to when he's sober. No, that's fine. That's completely understandable, Shelley. It nothing we could do. I'm really grateful when you come on, though. I really appreciate it, Shelley. Yeah, part of the reason I've become so involved with this group is because Nick led me to V, who led me to winning, who led me to Shelley, who has told me time and again to spin my own thing. Do it! You know, excuse me. This isn't as hard as, like, dude, I am using a 8-year-old laptop right now. But, you know, with this job, I was able to upgrade. But I have been doing everything I've been doing on an, like, 8 or 9-year-old Lenovo laptop. All you StreamYard for free. You know, the reason I have the StreamYard logo up in the corner is because I can't afford to really pay for it, but you can use it. There's free editing software out there. There are free sites where all you have to do is give them credit, and you love you too, sister dearest, but squirrel. But you know, you could do this for free. You don't need, YouTube is free. It's great if you could put some money in it. Not gonna lie, I hope to eventually put it in, but I needed I got a new laptop. I got a Chromebook the other day, but God, it sucked. Chromebooks are terrible. So I went today and exchanged it. Oh, dude, it's not about me. Yeah, okay. Now that makes sense, young film. Dude, it's nothing. Someone said earlier that not everyone is special. I disagree with that. Everyone is unique, everyone is special, but we also need to be real with people saying you're special, but you're gonna fail. You're gonna have setbacks. You're gonna have to pick yourself and dust yourself off. But everyone's special, everyone's unique. I mean, I have seen in the past 3 months some really special kids that if I can help them even a little bit, Memento, you're special in the head, and we love you for it. Excuse me. But it's it took a lot for me to come to terms with myself. And sometimes I slip back into that. That's why sometimes I'll like be gone. I'll be in just chat lurking for a few weeks at a time because I feel I get back into that dark place where I don't have anything to say. Um, I feel like my voice isn't being heard, but it's not the point. This, like Shelly says, it doesn't matter if there's no one in there. This is therapy. This is fun. This is relaxing to me. I don't do it nearly enough because I'm always so tired in the afternoons when I get home from work. You know, I told my mom, I said, you were about, because I said to her, I said, you are infinitely more patient and stronger than I realized after doing this job. Yeah, sometimes I need some sense knocked into me, don't I? But it's and this has allowed me to meet so many great people to learn. Yeah, I get you. You know, our little corner of the internet's pretty fun. You know, I think it's really fun, and I enjoy it for the most part. I've had my setbacks, had my issues, but I haven't let them stop me. I've let them kind of inspire me to fuel me. But it's also given me friends that I really care deeply for from all over the world. You know, if it wasn't for the internet, I wouldn't have met any of you guys. I wouldn't have met Shelly, the mafia pain in the butt that she is. But I absolutely love dearly. And I've learned things that from like winning that I would never have thought of, points of view that would never have come to mind, things that I mean, yes, it can also be bad, but it being, but it's also, it's worth it. It's really, it really is worth it. It's, I never thought I'd have nearly, Kaiser, I never thought I'd really have nearly have 130 people subscribe to me. For a while, I had like 20, which was fine. I didn't care. The numbers don't bother me. You know, one of my shorts has over 4,000 views. Okay, it's great. Yeah, and that's really all we need. That's what friends are. That's what friends are, Jacob. Um, it's allowed. This has allowed me to create in a way that I hadn't had in a very long time. I've always said there's a natural high an actor gets when they're on stage giving their bowing after the show. One of my favorite stories, I have shared this before, and I'll share it again. One of my greatest moments in my artistic career. Back when I was in college. One summer, I got called for jury duty, and a few months earlier, we had done the student theater group that I was a part of. We did a thing called a night of 10-minute plays, where a couple of us, we decided that we were going to pick these short little 10-minute plays, cast them, direct them, and then come together one night and present them to the community in a showcase. I picked, of course, a nerdy superhero one. And people loved it. I was up in the rafters watching during the show, up in the darkness of the rafters, kind of doing like a Phantom of the Opera kind of thing. And people were rolling around in their seats laughing. It was such a good feeling. But then when I get called for jury duty, that a few months later, I'm in the jury selection room, and the only seat left at this point, everywhere else is filled. The only seat left is beside me. And this girl, I'm sitting there reading a book, and I see this girl sits beside me, and we get a chat going, and we're talking, and she asked me what I do. I said, well, I'm a full-time theater student at the college. And she's like, oh, I love the theater out there. I love going to their shows. I just went to their night of 10-minute plays a few months ago. And of course, that perked my ears up. I said, oh, really? What was your favorite one, if you don't mind me asking? She's like, oh, I love that superhero one. And I started laughing. And she looked at me. She's like, what? What's so funny? I said, that superhero play, I directed it. And she's like, oh, I loved it. It was so good. You did so well. And it made me realize what we were doing at the college mattered. I was able to go to my classmates, to my professors, share this story, and let them know what we're doing here matters. What we're doing here, guys, on YouTube, it matters. It may not be it may not grow to PewDiePie standards or all these huge YouTubers, but it's allowing us to create something, to have something we can point at and say, I made that, to give us that satisfaction. Because me personally, if I didn't create, I'd probably be on drugs or drinking, because you get that natural high. And that's why I love the theater. That's why I love nerd culture, the comics and movies. It's that creating, just that creating rush that I love to feel. That is why down below my name it says, and I always sign off with this, because I want people to realize this. I want people to know this. Find your passion and nerd out about it. Find something you love and just go for it. So, thank you all for being here. 4 hours. Usually, thank you to Shelly, Talking Trash and Truth. Thank you for coming on here. Check out both their channels. They're two of my favorite people. They have such great content. And that's the beauty of it. Nerd used to be a derogatory term for the little Poindexter pocket protector nerd math guy. Nerd is now synonymous with anything. You could be a football nerd. You could be a nerd about anything. So, like I say after every show, thank you. Love you guys. Find your passion and nerd out about it. I'm the nerd of the Outpost, and I'm gone.